Lord. Şerbete yatırılan tüm tatlılar kötü bence. As siktir lan. As siktir lan. As. 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 Siktir lan. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Austin. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. It's Monday, news day, ladies and gentlemen. Are you tired? I'm fried. I'm so tired. I'm fried. I'm tired. But I'm live, and I am alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one regardless, because it's September 1st. It's the first day of September. Happy By Visibility Month, King. It's By Visibility Month. We only practice by invisibility around these parts, as you guys know. The Global Alex, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. September has begun. Bro, boo, stay in Michigan. You won't move here. You're too scared. It's true. I'm too scared. I'm too scared of the Midwest. When did you get this fucking haircut? I didn't. This is not a haircut. It's just me pulling my hair back and you know, doing this instead of just letting it ride with the bangs. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, is September 1st. It's the first day of September 2025. The year is moving super fast. That also might be because I'm getting older and therefore time is passing differently for me. Okay. But yeah, we're here. We're live. We're live. August was like 2 weeks. Yeah. We got a lot. We got a lot going on. It's almost 2026. The Trump administration and its insane actions have almost made it seem as though time is moving at a slower pace than usual. But we're moving fast and slow at the same time. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. That's precisely what's happening. Open presents. Thank you for 25 gifted subs. Anyway, after 2 days of spending time in Detroit, Dearborn, Hamtramck, just Michigan in general, I'm back. I'm back in a big way here in Los Angeles, California. We're finally live. We're alive. We're back. I'm at the base camp, you know, and people seemingly love that shit. Open Presence Dark Money Funder. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. But yeah, folks, it's Labor Day. There's a Bernie Graham Plattner rally that's taking place later. I had a big oopsie last night. I got a lot to tell you. Okay. I had a big oopsie. Let me explain to you exactly what took place. So, end of the broadcast yesterday after finally trying Detroit pizza, and actually it was amazing. It actually was a lot better than I thought. No glaze. No disrespect to Chicago, but Detroit pizza slices, excellent. Okay. Anyway, it was excellent. I pack all my stuff. I get to the airport early. Okay, thanks for taking a picture with my mom. Of course. I get to the airport early. Kaya's on a walk right now. Anyway, she's not here. And I get into the Delta Lounge. Now, normally on the domestic travel situation, you're not supposed to be able to get into the Delta Lounge, and you can't even like buy like a day pass or anything. And I don't have like a Delta credit card or anything like that, right? So I'm thinking I hit a lick. The lady at the door was kind enough to let me in. I'm just gonna sit there for a little bit, right? My flight takes off at I think it was at like the 10:40 flight or something, or I think it was a 10:45 departure. But on my ticket, it doesn't say the boarding time, right? It doesn't say the boarding time. It actually says the departure time. So I'm thinking like I got enough time. Like I'll just chill here. Yeah, I got an hour, right? It turns out I'm sitting on my leisurely ass, not even doing anything, not even eating at the fucking lounge, because I've eaten far too much this past weekend. So much so that even March was like, bro, are you all right? You've been like, Flux Floyd, thank you for the 25 the subs. He's like, you've been kind of dropping the ball a little bit, right? Because I've been eating like an animal. I've been back to my, what is this? Did you just send me a clip of me from 3 seconds ago? Or here we are. We're back. We're back at it. Anyway, you know, I've been having like cookies in bed and stuff like that. Not good, right? So I didn't even eat. I was exercising self-restraint. I didn't even eat at the fucking lounge. I wasn't even that hungry, but like, you know, usually when you put free food in front of me, I'm gonna fucking chow down. Anyway, didn't do that, right? So basically I went into the lounge just to drink a glass of water. Okay? Basically to consume one singular glass of water. I'm in the goddamn Delta Lounge in Detroit Airport in Michigan, and I'm looking at the monitors, and like it finally says boarding, right? I check the monitor, says boarding. I'm like, okay, time to go. I go to the gate's closed. I got there 9:45 is the last flight out, right? 9:45 is the departure. I got there at 9:35. Gates closed. No one's there. I'm panicking. I'm running. I'm sweating. I'm like trying to get help from anyone I can. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It was like one of the weakest moments of my life. I swear to God. When a plane says it's departing at 9:45, I assume falsely that it just is there until 9:45. If you get there, 10 minutes prior to departure, you're fucking done. Boarding ends at 13 minutes prior to departure, for those of you who didn't know. 13 minutes prior to departure, doors are closed, and then it's over. March was not with me, no. You travel too much to do this? I know. I didn't know that, and I fucked up. And it was an incredibly embarrassing moment for me. I genuinely think I might have like a mental disability, I think. And, it's just one of those moments where your heart sinks into your stomach and you're just thinking to yourself, like, who am I? What have I done with my life? Like, this is who I am. Is everything like, what am I doing? What am I doing in my fucking life? But basically, I got back. I already had the hotel room for the night anyway, because we had, I already had the hotel room because we were in there till late that day. Right. So I just got back to the hotel room. Had to spend another like couple $100 on a ticket. So that's nice for the morning, for the first flight out. Went to bed, woke up early, got on the flight. I was the first. You bet your ass. I was the first motherfucker waiting outside. I was like, nope. I went in early. I got through the security and I just parked my ass on that gate, bro. Never again. I learned my god dang lesson. Never again. Never again. Is not happening. Embrace autism. An introduction to AUDHD. Okay, stop. Lesson learned. Until next time you travel. Yeah, probably. I just love min-maxing too much. I play too much. I play too much with my own life. Okay. It's a serious threat. And I can't be doing that. I can't be doing that ever again. That's never happening again. All right. So in any case, that's what we did. That's what I did. Played a lot of Expedition 33. And that's it. You do not have a mental disorder. Stop that now. I mean, I definitely have a litany of different mental disorders for sure. But I was just thinking like, this has got to be something new. Like there's just a new hole growing in my brain. I think like, how did I fuck this up so bad? Are you worried Charlie Kirk might drop out of the debate? No. Why would he? That would be a terrible look for him. I don't think he would. I don't think he would at all. But yeah. Una bebesota. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Luna or Seal for E33. My Lune is underpowered and my Seal is too confusing. I can't understand her combat system that well. I'm a male maley truther. Like it doesn't even get past the point of her coming in and doing like 99999 every time. So yeah, her and Verso alone are just good enough to cook most people. But you can't say any other names. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't really care. Have you made it through Act 1 yet? I'm about to be at the end of Act 2, I think. I killed one of the Axions or whatever the fuck they're called. Dude, the only annoying part about Expedition 33 is the naming convention of everything. Like, you know how sometimes I joke about like unknown influencers or whatever? I'll be like, I feel so out of touch. I don't know what's going on. Who the fuck are these people? Like, Expedition 33's naming convention is exactly like that, where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe we got some Fleagle Glorps up here. No way. I read about Nevrons in my books. Like, and then everything is just so insane. Like, I've just never heard words like this before. So it's so difficult for me to figure out exactly what the hell it is. Are talking to your party members of the camps? Yes, I already fucked Seal on accident. I wanted to fuck Lune, but I accidentally ended up having sex with Seal instead. Okay. I don't know if I can also have sex with both of them, but yeah. The same thing happened to me. Yeah. You can do both Seal and Lune. Oh, you can do both? Wait, some people are saying you can't, Sag. They are French. New Trump photo. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I think a lot of people are going crazy with this. If you do both, it's bugged. Oh, okay. Luna is like very lightly implied. I mean, they're both lightly implied. They don't show the fucking. Okay. In any case, that's, you know, that's what we got going on. You know, got off the plane, immediately took a shower, and I'm here. Just say no to Seal the second time. Oh, she tries to have sex a second time again, and you say no, and then you can have sex with Lune. Okay, that's good to know. How do you feel about the music in E33? It's so beautiful, right? I think the score of Expedition 33 is probably my favorite thing about it. Which is interesting because, as you guys know, I'm not like a music enjoyer, but the score of Expedition 33 is probably the best part about it. The universe is compelling, but it's not like the most compelling for me. The characters I'm invested in, their friendships I'm invested in, but there is something so goofy about like the naming convention and like the characters in general, because it is truly unique. Like, these guys basically went in and decided to do away with all of the previous tropes that you have in the fantasy realm. Like, it is clearly that was clearly a deliberate attempt, right? There's nothing that you can point to that you see in this universe that makes sense. And I think like I mean, yeah, all of the lore obviously is going to tie itself up with one another in Act 3, is from what I understand. But I'm just saying, like it is a new universe, and for that reason, I think for the uninitiated, when they go in, like, it's good to kind of rely on pre-established fantasy universe tropes and stuff. And the fact that this doesn't have it makes it so. The fact that this game doesn't have any of that basically makes it so that it's like harder. What is this? Vanilla, he's talked all that shit. Now he's eating it. Moment with Hassan's meal drama. What is that?
This is Hassan's hyperfixation meal restaurant. He was shitting on it when me and Austin did the stream, and Christian accidentally ordered it to Hassan's house and scared Hassan's mom. And then Hassan took a bite of it. He was like, this shit's dry. He probably just ordered something different. Now he likes it.
Oh, the California Chicken Cafe. I've been slamming those goddamn Melrose wraps, dude. It's not even a joke. I've been slamming them. What is this? Cutie does not hate you, confirmed.
Do the Jets. Austin's always on my side. What can I get Hassan about? There's nothing he cares about, like, besides politics, and I can't be like, I can't be like, no, like, I can't take the opposite. Unfortunately, I am on the same side as Hassan when it comes to politics. I'll come clean, obviously. We are on the same side. And so I cannot become a full Zionist. I can't do that. I don't think that's really what's going to work here. I don't know if that's really. I don't know.
Cutie wants to do a peak Fear and peak gaming session. No, that'd be amazing. The barbershop quartet was insane. I know. Austin really did it this time. This episode is great. It felt weird seeing Cutie yell at Will and not you. This newest Fear and episode, you guys make her so mad sometimes. I know we do it on purpose. We do it on purpose, and I mean, she's memeing for the most part, but Austin went nutty mode on this app for sure. Have you seen Cutie setting her kitchen on fire? Wait, what? I love Cutie so much because she is so invested in so many different things, but like what you guys see me as a way to understand what's going on in the realm of politics, I low-key rely on Cutie as a way to understand what's going on in the normie sphere, even though she's not a normie at all. But like, she has so many different hobbies and so many different interests, some of which are obviously not even remotely normal, but like she is the closest I have to understanding what like people are invested in, people want to know about, if that makes sense. She is far from normal. Having said that, a lot of the things that she's invested in, like she's just tapped in, you know, she's just tapped in. Like, you come to me for politics, you come to me for all the latest and greatest happening in the world, and I feel like I can always go to Cutie for Girly Pop Nation and whatever the fuck, like, you know, people are, whatever the fuck the actual human beings all around the world, but specifically in the United States of America, are invested in. Okay?
I guess I am more capitalistic than him. I guess maybe I could do that.
Capitalistic.
Maybe I'll just steal more of his stuff. I'll just, you know, I can't attack him. He has too many real ops. Yeah, I'll just steal more of his forks.
Oh, we're going to talk about Scooter Braun. Don't you fucking worry about it, okay? We're going to talk about Scooter Braun. They're calling it the most Israel-coded relationship. Okay? That is like the Scooter Braun, Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney's rep is in the dirt, okay? She just went up and said to herself, I'm going after a villain. I am going to date a villain. I want to be around this man who is like straightforwardly burned virtually every beloved artist and figure, while also simultaneously just like having the absolute worst opinions and worst politics of all time. Now, I don't even want to get into it yet. Let's see. Cutie also lit her kitchen on fire. What the frick is this? Let me take a look at this. Are you going to talk about Indonesia? Yes, I am going to talk about Indonesia.
We remember that Cutie Cinderella has been a very, very professional pastry artist and pastry chef. That's the amount of pans I have. And so instead of questioning every single thing I do, today, we are going to join each other in trusting the process. Damn it! That's right, it might be new for you, but what I need you to do is just when you are freaking out and when you think, that's not going to work. Shit! Fuck! Instead of telling me, need flour, 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 I just want you to sit there, okay? Flour's good, right? You need flowers, right, chat? Because it's going to work. It will always work. We're good.
Wait, she lit her house on fire? What the heck?
Okay, is everyone good? Here's the deal, you guys.
Disclaimer, don't use flour. That caused this video.
Hey guys, my name is Blair. If you don't know me, I am a trained pastry chef. I've been baking and cooking since I was 10 years old.
Hold up, what?
And you know what we never talk about? We never talk about safety in the kitchen. And today I want to talk about specifically fire safety, because you never know when you're baking, something could catch on fire, and it's really important to follow these steps. Number 1, stay calm. That's the most important thing. Number 2, fire can't exist without oxygen and fuel. So the first thing you should do,
yeah, she dropped, that's how you know it's serious. She dropped her government name, dude.
Is turn off your oven and then close.
It like freaks me out when I hear it. It freaks me out when I hear it because like I just straight up in the real world around other adults will call her Cutie Cinderella. Like, that's not even a joke. I have never in my life called her Blair. I just say Cutie Cinderella. Like, that's, to me, that's her government name, okay?
The door. Never open the door. Eventually, the oxygen will deplete and the fire will go out. Of course, if the fire gets too big, call 911, or if it's out of control, call 911 right away. If you're in a panic scenario, maybe you need to smother a fire to put out the flames, baking soda is always your go-to. Never use flour. Baking soda is really, really important. I would never, ever, ever use flour. On top of that, you know, trust your gut. If you have to call 911, do that right away. They would rather show up to just smoke than to a burnt down house. What's most important is you and your family, not your cookies in the oven.
Instruction unclear. I feel like I gotta use flour now. Do you call Leslie Foosley and Myung Killer Katamina? Ain't no way. No, that's not. I do actually. I switch between both for Foosley and Myung. I just call Myung. But with Cutie, I don't know. I've just never not called her Cutie. What does Ludwig call her? I don't know. I think Ludwig also calls her Cutie. Isn't that crazy? Wait. I also just realized, like, I also just realized, like, there are not that many people in this space that just have their full government names as their usernames, and Ludwig is one of them, obviously, and me and Will and Caroline are obviously also using our government names, but, like, that kind of makes sense because we're older. So I guess Ludwig is an unk when you think about it. Ludwig is always been unk status just by virtue of using his name, like full-blown name. Jason the Ween. Yeah, I mean, he has his name in it, but like Stable Ronaldo is like, that doesn't count. You know what I mean? Like, that's still a username. Jason the Ween is still a username. Whereas Ludwig Ogren is his full government name. Lud used to have a channel name back when he made YouTube videos in high school. Bebela. I don't know what that is, but I do know he's white and he's also from New Hampshire. So I don't want to know what he was doing when he was a quirked up white boy, because honestly, it's probably not good. Because, like, time frame wise, if you're a white boy in the United States of America, okay, in one of the most libertarian states like New Hampshire, it was cringe, not that crazy. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was worried. It was theater kid shit, nothing bad. Oh, thank God. Thank God he was gay instead of, because, like, white boys in their teenage years have two speeds, gay or racist, sometimes both. And, like, I'm so glad that he was just gay instead of he was one of the gay white boys instead of the and I myself was one of the gay white boys too, for the record, because you know, I was too invested in constantly doing deviant art and, like, drawings and shit to get into some real trouble. Bro, what the fuck? HasanAbi, chill. No, that's how it works, man. You either go like the theater kid route or you're racist. I feel like there's nothing in between. I'm telling you, when you're growing up, like, when you're growing up in the United States of America, okay, and I grew up in Turkey, so it's a little bit different, but, like, you're growing up in the United States of America at that time frame, you either were racist or gay. Straight up. The in-between are the band kids? Yeah, I guess. Anyway.
And you know what? It's always good for all of us to have a fire extinguisher in our kitchen, so I would recommend that too. Anyway, happy baking. I hope you guys have a great week.
Why is RBN calling you out? Who's RBN? What the hell is RBN? Every day there's, like, a new person who is doing a call out post, and chatters will always find it. Ruth Bader Nuremberg. Who is RBN, bro? What is RBN? I don't know what that is. And every stream you pay attention to it? Not really. I mean, I could just say, like, I don't know what the fuck this is, and then move on. Calm down now. What is this?
This video never find Hassan biker, or maybe you can. I mean, I'm not complaining. Actually, but that one stream where he's wearing the Pepsi top. Oh my God.
What is this? That's crazy. I hate film bros. I have a fear of being bullied by him low key 13 hours ago. Girl, I got timed out for a week by him sending him a TikTok only 300 likes, and it genuinely crushed me because the only time he acknowledged me was annoyance. I almost changed my username. Okay, guys, it's not that serious. Okay, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. If I'm in a bad mood or something, okay, and I'm annoyed. Chatter missed meeting you for work. Oh, I saw this one. Checking his sound like stream. He's standing 10 feet away from my front door as I'm about to clock into work. Is the highest level of FOMO I will ever experience. Yeah, a lot of Michiganders had their dreams come true, dude. Bro, you just don't cook people. You invite chat to the barbecue where you roast them to death. No. It's not like that. It's not like that. Is it like that? That's crazy. Wait, did I blast off yet? I think I forgot to blast off. What the hell is wrong with me? God damn. See, I'm Unc. I've lost it. I'm no longer goated with the sauce. I have lost it. I've lost my stamina. Okay. Let me blast off real quick and let's get it twisted. It's true. Got to be a hater to get your attention. That's not true. Oh, can you drop more lore on interesting terrorist interaction at that restaurant? On the interesting terrorist interaction at that restaurant? What terrorist interaction? At what restaurant? You probably have low T. POV, I am hating and you are reading this. Okay, you got me. Did you have a Coney dog? No, it's true. I made a joke about Bernie Sanders not having a stroke by having strokes open for him at a rally, and you pulled me up and called me autistic in front of the whole class. Okay. Takes one to know one. Okay, calm down. All right, hold on. Let me blast off. I'm back in LA. Detroit recap. Labor Day in the most anti-labor Day in the most anti-labor prez. Is Trump alive? Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by Hassan Piker. Okay, calm down. Did you cover the Rudy Giuliani? Yeah. Rudy Giuliani in car crash. China ex India friendship. What's going on in Indonesia? Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. I think something happened to Trump, but the secret is that he's now fully bald. Wow. What a secret. What a secret. Do we have a blast off meme? Okay, we got one. We got a Labor Day themed one. Okay, let's do it. Okay. I baited you once years ago. I'm happy because I know you will never visit Sweden. You don't know that. You don't know that. I'm a big Zinner. And therefore, what if I go to the Zin capital? That's where the Zins are made. That's where all of the different nicotine products are made. I might visit one day. You don't know that. I mean, I've been going to all the Muslim capitals, right? So obviously we got to eventually go to Malmö, right? Isn't that the basically the European Hajj? Okay, that's where all the Muslims go. If you ask Swedish people, they make it seem like you ask the European Swedish people, they make it seem like it's been overtaken by Hostwit cooking you. Bro, this was moments before a defeat, by the way. Like I packed my shit up. I had the Dr. Simi or CB, what is it called? had so much stuff. I had so much stuff packed into these 2 bags. I wish there was, you're slowly morphing into jank. That's crazy. Okay. That's a crazy statement. You look like a father flying alone with his 3 kids. Dude, I wish there was a way. I wish there was a way to just teleport. Okay. I wish there was a way to teleport. Because, like, if I could TP, I would be all over the place. I'd be going to impact sites. I'd be going to, like, protests all around the world. Like, right now, for example, this weekend, like, I could have easily gone to, like, New Hampshire or Maine or whatever to, like, link up with Grand Platinum. But, like, it just kills me. Okay. Kaya, please. Thanks, Mom. And it's just like, I can't do it. I can't do it because the issue is I cannot. How many Sky Miles you got, man? I have no idea. I don't have any credit cards. I don't have any of those things. I don't take advantage of any of those like sweepstakes or anything like that. But basically it just, you actually look 50 in this photo. Yeah, I felt like I was 60 in this photo. Okay, I felt like I was 60. Zoran on the I've Had It podcast before Fear and bro have fallen off. First of all, this is the premier real Joe Rogan of the Left podcast. Okay, so of course Zoran's gonna go on it. What are you kidding me? Fear and is nothing in comparison to the radical propagandists of the I've Had It ladies. Okay, this is where I get my notes from them. Y'all are like, you Hasan. Where do you get your talking points? It's like, it's not chorus. Let me tell you, it's not chorus. It's not dark money. It's the I've Had It ladies. I try to tune into their frequency. You know what I mean? They're the ones building the vanguard. They're the ones doing real existing socialism. They're the ones who are saying, you know, the countryside surrounds the cities. Okay. Woklahoma, rise up. They're the real Maoist peasant revolution. That's it. So of course Zoran's gonna go on their podcast instead of my fake ass LA, not even woke, technically counter-revolutionary Fear and podcast. You know what I mean? Yeah, we got Zoran's moves. What is this? Zoran Mamdani does the wine dance at the West Indian Day Parade. Pix 11 News is back on the campaign trail, including my one-on-one with him about Governor Hochul seeming to be getting very close to endorsing him from...
He can wine. New York one, he can wine. Come on. NBC, he can wine. Fox News, and your mother Scott. Fox News, and your mother Scott.
Damn, he's got moves, dude. What is this? Power grows from the neck of a Chardonnay bottle. Yeah, it's the barrel of a gun, but also the neck of a Chardonnay bottle. Are you going to watch the new Jabri video? Yes, I will be watching the new Jabri video on Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein. I will say, this kind of stuff is actually good because it takes like some of the best aspects of Eric Adams's mayoralty. Because like this is, I hate the guy, but Eric Adams does do shit like this. You know what I mean? This is exactly the type of shit that you would expect from Eric Adams. Obviously, when like Zoran does it, it also makes more sense. You know what I mean? Because like it's not like it feels more genuine when he's doing it as opposed to Eric Adams. So that on that aspect is cool too. Is like even cooler. But I'm glad that like he's still picking up the mantle and still doing like and doing like Eric Adams coded shit. Because I feel like that was definitely that was definitely one of the more important aspects of Eric. That, and also getting doing a pay for play quid pro quo scheme with Turkey. That was also good. I think Zoran should keep those two things when he is mayor, inshallah. Is the willingness to try, even if he isn't great at it, such a good character trait? Yeah. Are you going to watch a new Jubilee vid with Patrick Bet David? And are you going to take a nuanced PCM? This guy. You want me to do both of these? These are the two things you've been spamming. Usually when older people get health problems, they happen fast and have a quickly noticeable effect on their body. Trump at his Virginia Golf Club with MAGA. So is this actually from today or is this fake? Like, what happened? Because I don't believe this. I feel like there's something weird going on with Donald Trump, and we'll talk about it. But like, he is not his usual cheery, constantly in front of the camera self. And maybe we have developed some semblance of parasocial relationship with the president. But it does feel like he's given us so much of himself for so long, sometimes when we don't want him to do so, that when he's not on camera, his absence is felt. And I mean, like, when he's not on camera, when he's not out and about, it kind of feels very strange. Kind of feels like he might have gotten a stroke or something. You know, because he didn't, like, remember, even through the heat of the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, at the peak of the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, right? When everybody was yelling at him. When everybody was like, when his base was like, dude, are you a pedophile? What's going on? He posted through it. He was live and in front of the cameras every damn day. He never stopped. This is the first time he has not been live and in front of the cameras every damn day. And I don't know why. It kind of feels like maybe he got a little strokey poo. Maybe his stroke game updated. I don't know. It takes 36 to 48 hours to grow and rapid age a clone. I think he's sick and can't look weak to his base and has also been so anti-medicine. Yeah. Here's Eric Adams dancing. Oh, here. This is, thank you. That's not Eric Adams, dude. You're so dumb. You fucking... What? Oh, what do you want? What? Okay. Scared me. This is not... He got sick, so he injected bleach? Yeah, okay. I think he's had some kind of surgery and can't let anyone think his health isn't 100% at all times. I mean, that's not even unique to this president. That's just like a thing that all presidents have done in the past. Throughout history, presidents, good and bad, many of them are bad, not many of them are very good, but even like FDR hid his childhood polio medical conditions, like all the medical complications that come along with like polio. So like that is a thing that has been that's a thing that's happened throughout history. This is awesome. Yeah, blue and on, baby. I believe there's growing evidence of the White House covering up the fact that Donald Trump has been dealing with TIA strokes and that he likely had more another ischemic stroke this week. Yeah, we're going to get into that. We're going to dive into that. We're going to dive into Donald Trump's health complications and how Blue Anon is going crazy. Because too raw, too Daniel. What if they're not letting Trump speak because he had a reverse Fetterman stroke and he's woke now? Many people are saying, even the local milk people, that gender is a construct. Look, we have a little fun at these rallies, don't we, folks? But I want to acknowledge first that this is stolen land. I want to acknowledge that we are sitting on stolen Iroquois land. all I'm saying is all I'm saying is this is a likely reality. So there's two different brackets here, okay? There is two different brackets here. There's on the one hand, you got people like this and myself as well making jokes, okay, cracking jokes. On the other hand, you got a lot of people getting offended by people cracking jokes, being like, you're wishing ill on the president. How dare you? And it's like, that's been very funny to watch, because I love when right-wingers who will be like, we must murder every transgender person, will then in the same breath turn around and be like, how dare you? How dare you make light of my big, beautiful president who wants to murder all transgender people and all Guatemalans? How dare you? How dare you even joke about that? You know? And it's like, I don't know, everything you do is violent. Like, can't we just have a little bit of fun? Like, what the fuck? My money is on congestive heart failure. He's just going to keep getting his chest cavity drained of fluid and live till 92, just be really in poor health the whole time. Okay, well, yeah, it's all the people also that are like now complaining. His exact words were to kill people. Don't do this thing. Like, I'm embellishing. I don't mean like literally, okay? Policy wise, yes, it is about wishing ill to marginalized groups. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. It's my least favorite fucking thing. You are the exact same kind of smarmy, annoying fucking woke scold that I am talking about, okay? The inability to understand when someone is fibbing, okay? Oh, my ideological opponents are never capable of fibbing. I am going to take everything he's saying 100% seriously. Excuse me? Where does it say in his policies that he wants to kill all trans people? Black and white thoughts only? Well, you're doing that. No, you're doing that. If you're demonstrating that you don't have the capacity to fucking understand that, like, I'm embellishing as a joke, you're doing that. You are weaponizing your autism. Okay? That's what you're doing. It's one of the most annoying shit. It's one of the most annoying things that people do, okay? It's just immediately, right-wingers will be like, no! No, my enemies are incapable of engaging in hyperbole. They are being literal 100% at all times. Stop. Erming. Anyway, as I was saying, so on the one hand, there's a lot of people having fun with this, understandably, because, you know, Trump is he's a let's just say somewhat controversial figure. Is that fair? I think that's fair to say. Kaya, please. He is a somewhat controversial figure, right? I'm thinking maybe he's not a very good guy. You know, he's a little divisive. So when you're a little divisive, you got a lot of lovers and you got a lot of haters. And of course, a lot of people are excited at the prospect of, divine intervention of some sort. So they're taking their sweet time with it. They're deriving a lot of enjoyment out of it. Okay. Some people like Felix Biederman are saying this is so evocative. This is exactly how it feels when you have all the moisture in your body beaten out of you by harsh hotel AC. This picture gives me a sympathetic cracking around my lips. Anyway, it would be funny to ask him to do burpees to prove he isn't dying soon. And yet you have, some of the most annoying shitheads who actively, like, there's that one, the Korean dude, right? I think he's Korean. That's like constantly posting like the most racist white supremacist nonsense you've ever seen. Okay. He was going crazy. He was like complaining. He's like, oh, you see, the left would be wishing ill of a man who is a grandfather and a father to many children. Kang Min Lee, I fucking hate that guy. Yeah, that guy. Oh my lord, not Ollie London, dude. No, the Korean Ian Miles Chong, basically. And I saw someone call him out, being like, dude, you literally say every black person is George Floyd, and you're over here complaining about like the left having a little bit of fun, you know? Having a little bit of fun with like an objectively evil person's health complications. Let me see if I can find. Does anyone have it? Does anyone have that link? Yeah, I saw Connor's as well. Connor had a really funny one. No, not the Kangmin, not the. What is this? I'm not asking for you to send me your choice favorite quotes. Japan for the Japanese, English for the England for the English, Korea for the Koreans, America for the Americans. We must defend our homes. Aren't your parents immigrants? They don't claim to be just as American as the native stock. Dog, that is so funny. You are literally a Korean American, LARPing as a white supremacist, living in the United States of America. Like, your very existence on U.S. soil undermines the argument that you're trying to make here. And I guess, at least unlike Ian Miles Ding Dong, you do live in the United States of America and you're not LARPing. Also, this account in and of itself is also very funny. This is a British dude. This is a British dude LARPing as a Japanese person. So many such cases. I don't know what happened on the internet, but like 90% of all white supremacist accounts are straight out of India, okay? Like all the defend the West and defend Israel accounts. Every single one of them is from Uttar Pradesh. And then you got Ian Miles Chong in Malaysia, never stepped foot in the United States of America once in his goddamn life, LARPing as though he lives in Portland, Oregon, and like fighting alongside the Proud Boys. Then you got Kang Min Lee, who is Korean American in the United States of America, LARPing as though he's, you know, I guess a white supremacist with white stock. Okay, it's all out of whack. Hey, Vivid Prowess is from Gujarat. Okay. Vivid Prowess is Gujarati. I'm sorry about that. Not from Uttar Pradesh. But it's so funny. It's just funny to me that like all of these people are having like a collective identity crisis at all times. Like this motherfucker is a British dude LARPing as a Japanese guy talking about getting the immigrants out. Okay? Dog, you're the immigrant they want out of the country. Like, what do you mean? There's another one who's never even been to Japan who LARPs as though he is in Japan. Also another British dude. What are you doing? What is happening? You've been away from daddy for 2 days and they have let you do whatever you want, huh? That's what's going on. I see what it is. Like, there's nothing funnier than a British dude living in Japan saying, breaking, thousands of locals marched in Osaka yesterday demanding an end to immigration. And it's like, yeah, they want you out, you fucking dingus. They want you out too. Japanese people aren't just going, oh no, we only don't want Indians in the country. They're saying we don't want any foreigners. You're a foreigner. There's no like, they don't have this like, designation for white people, like this special designation for white people. Japanese xenophobes don't want white people too. So when this dingus is posting this stuff, I'm like, yeah, bro, they want you out of the country too. Anyway, but yeah, it's all busted. It's all busted. You don't got the good racists no more. You know what I mean? Like, what happened back in the day? No, you wrong. Racist Japanese love white people. No, someone has lied to you. That's just false, objectively. No, racist Japanese people do not want white people in the country either, okay? They do not. That's 100% objectively untrue. They do not want white people either. In Japan, if you are a white boy living in Japan, if you are otaku, okay, you will get like searched by the police. for simply being white. Like, it's not even a joke. There is straight up discrimination against white people and all non-Japanese people. But of course, one of the most significant versions of Japanese racism and phobia, xenophobia, actually stems from the hidden notion that at any given moment, their society might be secretly Korean or secretly Chinese. That is unironically the most consequential version of Japanese xenophobia. Like, yeah, they don't like anyone that's not Japanese, but this even includes being worried at all times that there are secret Korean and secret Chinese living amongst them at any given moment. So that is another ironic and lesser known version of Japanese racism and Japanese xenophobia. All right, so yeah, there is a reason why it's in every Yakuza plot. Okay, every Yakuza game has a secret Korean and a secret Chinese. Okay, every Yakuza game ultimately ends up with a secret Korean person who might even think that they're Japanese, but they're actually Korean deep down inside. Okay, that's how it is. But yeah, my point is, we don't have the good races no more, okay? Or not even the good races, but like racism has evolved, okay? Back in the day, you see a dude, he buzzes his hair, he's going to the fucking skinhead bars, he's a white guy, maybe he's a part of the Klan, or maybe he's a part of a neo-Nazi group. Nowadays, you got motherfuckers who are Hispanic. Some of the leaders of this white nationalist movement in this country are straight up Latino. Okay? Nicolas Fuentes. You got Korean Americans LARPing as white nationalists saying, get the fucking immigrants out of here. Brother, you are the immigrant, okay? You got motherfuckers living in Malaysia behaving like they're also white supremacists in the United States of America. 90% of the most prominent, like, Defend the West accounts are people who have never stepped foot in the West. And half the time, the people that are receiving that message, if they only knew the dude that they were listening to was Indian, they'd probably fucking have an identity crisis. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. We don't have the OG version. We no longer have the OG version of like the most prominent people in these white supremacist movements are white. That's gone. It's not the case. That's not the case anymore. And yeah, there's DEI in the racism factory. Yeah, this was really funny. March's post. Look at his head. I don't know. Is this reporter trying to get him in trouble? What is this? Streamer Ishowspeed and Rep Max Frost filmed in the Capitol outside the House chamber and Speaker's lobby. Reporters are strictly not allowed to film or photograph in either of these areas. Not sure if these rules are different. I mean, maybe he's just jealous. I don't know. He's just jealous that Ishowspeed got to do. Congress reporter for Courthouse News. I don't think he's being serious. I don't think he's like trying to narc on him and get him in trouble or something. But I'm sure Maxwell Frost got like the proper clearance or whatever ahead of time. But in any case, Ishowspeed, if he was a real one, he'd be doing a January 6th again. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's smart. It's smart of Maxwell Frost to take Ishowspeed around. That's good. Speed Loki laps you as a propagandist. I think the amount of the amount of benefits you get when you're not clocked as like an inherently political person is fantastic. It's too late in my career to obviously get those benefits. It's never going to happen. And he's not anyway. He's not like an inherently political. I mean, he's not like a political commentator or anything. He just has like some beliefs, some things that he believes and pushes for, and that's a good thing, right? But overall, what is this? What is this link? He kind of did. Oh my God. Did he almost do a January 6th? Did Ishowspeed almost do a Ishowspeed delivers a speech outside the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
What the fuck? Whoa. Hey.
Are they saying I show meat? Outside of the Capitol? Ain't no fucking way, dude. That is insanity.
Hey, we're at the Capitol. We're at the Capitol right now. It's not the time. Y'all heard it? What the fuck?
Okay,
What
now
the
they're saying actual speed. Yeah, some kid rage baited him earlier, and it's been meat ever since. No, I know, cause like he was playing a game, and and his dong flipped out of his boxers before, and then they started calling him I show meat, and he got really embarrassed by it. He used to get really mad when people used to say that. How does it feel seeing someone live your dream? Couldn't have happened to a better person. I think he's like the perfect deity for this kind of content. So I love it. I follow everything that he's doing, you know?
Really? I'm about to give out a speech.
Like a speech. This is a speech moment, I think. Yeah. First off, are you registered to vote?
I had a dream. Hey, I had a dream. I had a dream. Hey. Let me say my dream.
They don't want to hear it.
So what, like, are they about to vote for Stop saying that.
Yo, let's get a photo over here.
Let's get a photo. They saying ice.
Down. Get down. What is this? Will you be talking about Yemen? Yes, dude. Yes, I will be. Why are you saying, will you be talking about, why are you spamming this over and over again? Yes, of course I'm going to be talking about Yemen. Okay, calm down. Did MLK get rage baited in the past? He did. Famously by the FBI. But he didn't take it. You know what I mean? What the fuck is that number on the right that could possibly represent, count as such a big number? That's his number of subscribers. He always has a running counter of the number of his subscribers. He has like 43,523,791 at that very moment. These fans are just being mean-spirited. I could not deal with this. Nah, it's just... His YouTube subscribers. His YouTube subscribers, chat. His YouTube subscribers. So that's not like his Twitch. He doesn't have 43 million $5 a month paying subscribers. That would be insane. Even he's not there yet. Is Frost actually progressive or just a Gen Z congressman by your estimation? If I'm being really real, I mean, I've had him on the stream before. I think there are some areas where he's like obviously much more progressive than the average congressperson by virtue of being young, but in many areas where he needs to be a bold voice for change, he is not. Specifically, the Israel stuff was like a major point of contention, I think, early on in his career, where he just kind of dropped that instantly. And maybe that was like pre-October 7 calculations. But even then, right now, as someone who's Gen Z and representing that voice in Congress, he should be one of the boldest, one of the boldest anti-Israel voices in Congress right now. That's what he should be doing. And the fact that he's not doing that is disappointing for sure. But yeah, I mean, as far as his like policy goes, like he is in favor of a lot of the same shit that the average progressive caucus member is in favor of. You know what I mean?
This is my office. You know, this is the front. This is some money we brought back to the district. Very important. Transportation, housing, all that.
Wow.
I believe in canceling student debt. That's at a student debt rally.
Student debt.
This is usually where my team is working. Everybody's in here pretty much. These are like some of the bills I've introduced. NJF Visa Renters Act. During my campaign, I experienced homelessness. So I do a lot around housing, tenants, renters, stuff like
Cool.
that. Yes, sir.
This office got a good vibe to it.
Yeah, we want to make it feel like homey for people, you know? And this is my office. You know, this is where I spend a lot of time. That's my old boss right there, Bernie Sanders. I used to produce a lot of his rallies.
Oh, Bernie Sanders.
Right there. That rally. That's my mom and I. And then, of course, Joe.
Joe Biden and Kamala.
Yeah, my mom came here from Cuba in the late 1960s, so it's cool that she got to be in the White House.
This is good for Speed's audience to hear. Oh, for sure. Like, if we're matching it up to like the average Zoomer, average Gen Alpha, average Zoomer, average Gen Alpha speed watcher, like, you know, even them spamming L Trump in the chat or demanding that he say free Palestine next to these congresspersons, like that's a really good thing. Because like, remember, these are like 12-year-olds that are watching. Okay. So it's starting them on the right foot. It's I would say the exact opposite of. I know there's a lot of people in this chat would be like would get mad and say like, why aren't these little 12-year-olds running around with you know, copies of I don't know, Das Kapital or whatever, but it's good. Getting them started on the L Trump train is a good. Is far better than getting them started on the far better than getting them started on this other shit. Oh, Hassan's youngest fan? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
My daughter, she's a huge fan.
Well, we got the baby in tow. All right.
Do you want me to take the picture?
Oh, it's just... Awesome. Thank you so much.
She was great. They're 15 to 17 at this point. Life, you just old. Okay, again, still, L Trump is, I'll take it. How do I get my family into progressive politics? I have an aunt and is a Modi fanatic, and my mom is unfortunately influenced by right-wing Indian news. What do you recommend I do? Oh, good luck with that. Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm going to let Kai out real quick. 1 second. Okay, go. Go. Hi. Yeah, I'm letting Kai out. There's a whole pool party happening. My entire family is here. And some of my friends have shown up to use the pool. And Kaya's friends are here as well. So I released her. The image I show speech trying to give his own I have a dream speech while getting trolled by a crowd on a live stream compared to the images of MLK in his speech are perfect representation of where things have gone. Okay, you're reading too much into it, and it's not that serious. L nerd at the computer at a party? Yes. What is this? New vid of Trump playing golf has landed? Okay, stop. Okay, we're going to get into the blue and on stuff in a second. But yeah, this was funny. This was a funny Connor tweet. When when everybody was spamming on Twitter all the way from Friday night into the entire weekend that Trump was dead, people were getting these news. Some people were receiving these news and reacting very differently than you were, okay? One of those people is Aiden Ross.
Trump has not been seen in days with no public appearances scheduled this weekend.
Oh, shit. Because you saw what happened with his hand?
No, what happened with his hand?
He was like doing an interview and they saw his hand and it was like purple. And they said the queen died when her hands were like that.
Wait, what?
I don't know what it... Like,
Yo, everyone's saying Trump is passing away. It's passed.
Let me shut up, bro.
Yeah, actually, shh, don't talk about it. Yeah. What the fuck?
My black hat just being on, bro. Let me know when you're ready. Okay.
I don't know if we're...
Dude, that's his fucking friend, man. Shame on y'all for cracking jokes about this. I just realized that there's going to be a tsunami of people posting absurd levels of grief when the day comes. Yeah, but it will be washed away with a tsunami, of pleasure and excitement. I think like it's just this is a load-bearing figure in modern American politics, and I think it's going to be a very unique. Very, very unique moment. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot more celebration than there will be sadness. Okay? There's going to be a lot more celebration than there is sadness. It is very obvious to me that perhaps some Americans who are on the liberal side of politics see Donald Trump as like the singular force for all of the awfulness that they're experiencing and don't understand that he is just like a normal continuation of unlimited reactionary sentiment. And therefore, they falsely attribute all of the issues to Donald Trump as the singular force instead of recognizing that this is, there is a duopoly here. There is a bipartisan compromise here for many of societal, many of the issues that people face. But it will be jubilation for sure. I do think so. Now, of course, there are, as is the case with you can't have nice things. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, even though that is precisely my job. At Trump's demise would lead to J.D. Vance's ascent. And J.D. Vance's ascent, I don't think J.D. Vance is capable of securing the base of support in a popular contest. I don't think that he would win. But if Trump were to somehow pass away, that would be truly terrifying because that's the only way J.D. Vance is going to actually hold on to a higher lever of power. And then we would truly know what it's like to have President Palantir, President Peter Thiel, Supreme Enforcer, you know? So that is definitely a real fear that I have. So we can't have nice things, basically, okay? That's my point. We just cannot have nice things ever. But latest Blue Anon research. Yeah, I'm going to dive into the Blue Anon conspiracies, as you guys know. While we were out celebrating and making jokes about Trump, just people basically memeing that Trump is dead, okay? And the right-wingers were getting upset that people were memeing that Trump is dead. Blue Anon was taking it sincerely. Here's Adam Cochran, investor, professor, policy consultant, author, independent investigative journalist, and father, trying to make the world suck less. This is a 31-tweet Twitter thread from Adam Cochran. Now, if you're old enough in this community and you were around for Trump 1, you remember there were figures similar to this. There were Blue Anon figures back in the day as well. Seth Abramson comes to mind. He was one of the prominent Trump guys. Okay. There were a bunch of these guys that like had gotten their brains broken with Russiagate stuff. So they would almost always tie everything back. Louise Mensch, as another good one. They would always tie everything back to like, Donald Trump's having gay sex with Vladimir Putin. Now, those guys haven't been as active or as prominent in Trump 2, but they were a important fixture. They were an important fixture of the Blue Anon movement in Trump 1. They were a prominent feature of the resistance against Donald Trump in Trump 1. Okay? Nowadays, they're not around as much. They're not as visible. They're not as loud. But every now and then, something just like something like this gets out of control, it snowballs, and it becomes this like massive thing. Or maybe I just don't see the Blue Anon people because it's not on my fucking Twitter timeline. But they're still here. Blue Anon, in most circumstances, can have a firm commitment to the fact that the election was stolen by Trump, and that SpaceX and the Starlink Elon Musk connection actually played a role in changing the outcome of votes. They think that there are like vote count disparities. Reddit / something is wrong 2024 is one of the largest subreddits where you can tap in to what the Blue Anon guys are up to. Okay. They believe that Elon Musk hacked the election for Donald Trump. So this is one of those threads. There was another prominent like Blue MAGA, Blue Anon thread that we looked at a while back that accused JD Vance of being a child rapist. That one got like hundreds of thousands of likes. If you remember, this guy came out and was like, I have evidence. JD Vance is a child rapist. That's why he changed his name. And I'm going to prove it. That was awesome. That was crazy. They went nutty for that one for a little bit. Anyway, sus, weirdly informed. I am a enjoyer of every different type of political curio, and American politics is a target-rich environment for that kind of thing. So anyway, I believe there's growing evidence that the White House is covering up the fact that Donald Trump has been dealing with TIA strokes, and that he likely had more significant ischemic strokes this week. Let's start with the basics. TIAs are temporary blockages. You'll see symptoms, leg dragging, eye drooping, etc., but they resolve within 24 hours. Ischemic strokes leave a lasting impact, but can range dramatically in scope and severity. TIAs precede an ischemic stroke in about 30% of patients and often result in a long-lasting interventions to try and prevent any risk of a larger stroke. Now let's get to what paints this picture with Trump. In March 2024, Ron Filipkowski notes that Trump has been dragging his right leg for a while. It's something we've seen him do on and off over this past year, but not super notable on its own. Let's take a look. I see a sexy man doing a sexy dance, for the record. Okay? I see a sexy man doing a sexy dance. I don't know what these haters are saying that he's dragging his right feet. .531. Then in Time magazine interview from right after the election, we see the first note of Trump's hand bruising. Once again, something people didn't think much of at the time. Sitting under the bright lights for a 30-minute photo session ahead of a 65-minute interview, he's asked to explain the bruising on his right hand. It's from shaking hands with thousands of people, he says. Okay? It comes up again during the Macron visit on February 25th, 2025, where Caroline Leavitt repeats the lie about it being from shaking too many hands. Okay? The next medical event we see is the president's annual physical report. Comparing the medication list to his old reports, we notice that there are three new medications: rosuvastatin, ezetimibe, and a daily aspirin. Well, the daily aspirin is normal, but I don't know what the fuck these two things are. What is it's for cholesterol control, apparently. And the daily aspirin at that age is normal. It's for mitigating some sort of like heart condition. You know what I mean? You just do it you just chew aspirin, I think. The daily aspirin is not normal. No, old people take daily aspirin, don't they? To make sure they don't have like fucking some kind of heart heart condition. Anyway, let's continue. I fear when I watch this kind of stuff, when I read into this kind of stuff, I fear that there are many in my audience that actually go, hold on, this is real. Okay. At first, I thought this might be normal medication for managing cholesterol, but I've certainly heard of preventative aspirin use in the past, but I decided to interview some heart specialists, and I'm glad I did. There are two general takeaways I heard from multiple specialists. Daily aspirin is not recommended for prevention anymore. An aspirin regime is treating something. Ezetimibe, I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm definitely not saying it right. Is a second-line medication not used for regular LDL treatment. Statins like rosuvastatin will manage cholesterol alone, whereas ezetimibe will be used as a second line if the patient is at high cardiovascular risk, such as prior strokes, heart attacks, or arterial disease. Then is used for stroke prevention. Trump's previous medical reports claim his cardiovascular health is great and is on the statin, so he shouldn't need ezetimibe. But this also brings us to the aspirin. As it turns out, aspirin has been advised as a daily course prevention method for quite a while. Hasn't been advised. Some old doctors may still incorrectly prescribe it as such, but qualified medical staff who keep up with the literature wouldn't. A daily aspirin dose is now used as a blood thinner for specific lines of treatment, including in managing ischemic strokes. Then in June, we see Trump's swollen ankles, and for the first time, the White House medical team is willing to admit he's got CVI. His bruising is related to aspirin regime and shaking hands. 1431. What is it? Ezetimibe? Other name for it is Zetia. Okay, I'm just going to say Zetia. They keep coming back to this claim that aspirin, as aspirin does indeed make bruising easier. There's three problems with this claim. Bruising is seen on both hands, not just his dominant hand. The next problem, CVI is not a sudden onset issue, and swollen ankles is an intermediate symptom. An annual physical in April would have caught CVI back then if ankles were going to be swelling, and aspirin isn't CVI treatment. But third, some of the bruising is monthly, usually around the 24th. Check the dates. It seems much more likely the president is being monitored monthly for something, and then also occasionally getting an emergency IV as well. I could totally see that, by the way. Blue and on conspiracy aside, I could see that bruising being a consequence of like getting monthly, what do you call it? Like monthly IVs. So what does this all mean? When a patient has had a TIA, they have temporary symptoms, but would have been started on aspirin, these medications to prevent future ischemic stroke risk, just like we see with Trump. The patient having TIAs may have temporary symptoms for 24 hours afterwards, including face drooping, leg dragging, or trouble walking in a straight line. This was weird. Oh my God, it's working. It's working on me. It's working on me. I'm believing it now. I'm a blue and on guy. I'm a truther. He's dead. He's been cloned. Patients who experience very mild strokes that are not on TIA, such as lacunar stroke or minor ischemic stroke, may have persistent but barely noticeable symptoms, such as drooping on the lip, eyelid, and eyebrow, which would be on the same side of the leg dragging symptom. I think he's just old, man. That's it. He's just a droopy guy. That's just what happens when gravity takes over. You know what I mean? Like I think we're reading too much into the tea leaves here. Okay. Like if a patient under White House level medical care was seen having a stroke, they'd be scanned to rule out a hemorrhagic with the White House portable MRI, and then could receive alteplase, clot busting peripheral IV, often given in the hand for elderly patients. If that patient was on aspirin for cardio risk management and or potential calcium blockers, we'd expect bruising on the hands, swelling on the ankles. If they had a mild ischemic stroke, we'd expect the patient to be on bed rest for 24 to 48 hours, by 2 to 3 days, able to take smaller assisted steps, and the patient may have facial droop, flatter facial creases, or their mouth agape due to facial muscle weakness. This photo doesn't look good. Okay. I'm not gonna sit here and act like this is a good photo for him. Okay, he's not exactly the sexiest guy, contrary to what the weirdos who love Donald Trump might claim. He's not exactly the sexiest guy. He's not known to be a looker. Okay. Having said that, I think it's cool that we finally have another Brandon. Welcome back, Joe Brandon. It's Brandon 2. Okay. That's it. We got Brandon 2, Brandon 2.0. He's here. Even though they could walk at this time, speech and complex motor skills may still be recovering. And we noticed Trump oddly kept the press pool very far back from the White House and hasn't allowed them on the golf course. We also noticed that he was dressed as the same as the last time he went golfing with Kai, and that MAGA influencers were given an old picture to circulate from January and his other golfing picture from June 27th. Yeah. Also, whenever the administration actually cares about a particular thing, they will release like info. They'll info dump to the regular fucking Twitter sphere, right? And they will all turn around and post, President Trump's the best grandpa. Trump looks so young. I love this photo. Okay? It's an old photo. It's an old ass photo. They posted old ass photos. Like they were just like making it seem like he was hanging out with this professional golfer. He was not. You know what I mean? Those same influencers were circulating a video of him in the same outfit, but that one came from June 29th this year. Yeah, this is not a new video. This is an old video, but they were literally circulating this on Saturday as though it was a new video.
Bravo! Hi, Mr. President.
Wait, this man did another 31 Twitter thread. No, this is the one. This is the fucking thread that we're looking at. The next picture of him today, this was from yesterday, from afar with continued face droop. He once again spoke with no reporters before going golfing, and both times reporters were confined to the tennis court out of view of his course instead of letting them take pictures like normal. This is a new one. None of this even gets into the other weird events this week, of Vance being ready to take over, or social posts seemingly like they were written by interns. But the motive is clear. They know Vance does not have the same hold over the base of the party nor the Republican Congress. If Vance was president, the admin would get far more pushback. This is true. Under a normal administration, a president having repeated TIAs wouldn't be removed from office. But even a moderate ischemic is likely to impact mental faculties and merit the 25th Amendment being invoked. That's never happening, though, because Democrats are unfortunately too cowardly to do anything against the Trump administration at this point. Vance and Miller know that their federal power consolidation requires continued implementation leading up to the midterms, and Trump's own ego will mean he never lets go willingly. So unless the White House can provide a transparent explanation of his health. Wait, what? Absolutely, Lamau? What do you mean? I just don't think the Democrats are going to move in that direction. '25th would be cabinet members, not the Democrats in Congress. Okay, but the cabinet members are obviously not going to do it either. The cabinet members are not going to do it. No, I'm saying like the Democrats are not going to pressure to pull the 25th button regardless. And also, it didn't happen for Joe Brandon. You know what I mean? I'm like, my assessment of this kind of situation is usually that, like, what you see as far as the president health is the most rose-colored version of actual events. No matter who's in charge, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. Okay, that's just how it is. Okay. But because Donald Trump is, Mr. I love being in front of the cameras and chopping it up every day, it is unique that he is no longer doing that. This is the reason why a lot of people are going, oh, there is definitely a real health complication. Okay. But given the fact that no matter who's president, the version of the president's health that you see in public is going to be the best possible version, like far better than what is actually happening behind closed doors. This doesn't look too good. Okay. That's all I'm saying. This does not look too good for the president, especially when you got a couple days and you got the entire MAGA Twitter sphere, like people who are directly getting their notes from the administration to say whatever the fuck, to go against like whatever narratives that are brewing up. And they're all using old ass photos of him and old ass videos of him and being like, dude, he's a beacon of mental health and he's a physical specimen. How dare you? It kind of feels like the truth is the exact opposite of what they're trying to present it as. Okay, so you know, I feel like this is all wishful thinking. It is. Okay, when it comes down to demands of divine intervention, as a Turkish man, I have been here already. I have experienced this already. Many Turks in the chat will tell you they know exactly how this feels. But what you fail to consider is that evil never dies, and and your demands, your wishes for Trump's demise will only power him further. I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But anyway, he says, so unless the White House can provide a transparent explanation of his health that better fits these circumstances, I'm forced to conclude that they are lying to the American people and hiding that Trump had a stroke. It's time for the press to push this and get clarity. Oh, look, golf's picture he posted that people thought he was claiming was from today is also from an older date. They're driving him to the golf course and not golfing. It's all ops to cover up something, and it's perfectly clearly a stroke. As pointed out by a reader, Timbe was added in the 2020 physical along with an increase in rovastatin when the cholesterol didn't merit any of those. However, this was all around the same time as the president's impromptu physical at Walter Reed, where he felt the need to tell us he didn't have mini strokes. Pretty suspect timing. I think the funniest version of events would be a reverse Fetterman stroke. But, you know, that's a little update from you guys on Donald Trump's health conditions. He looks like shit. And it's not like he ever looked great, but he looks extra like shit as of late. But meanwhile, while our president is dying, potentially, okay, while our president is potentially dying, he's also killing America's remaining global status, his power around the globe. And as a consequence of that, he has been branded as the great nation builder for China. And of course, other leaders are taking up that power void that remains. Of course, we're going to talk about the summit that took place between India, Russia, and China. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Holding hands, Russia's Vladimir Putin and India's Narendra Modi head straight for their host, Chinese President Xi Jinping. They form a huddle with their translators and exchange a few words, even a few laughs. For Xi, the optics are ideal as he seeks to assert himself as a world leader they can count on. In his opening speech at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, he told members that global governance had reached a new crossroads, taking not-so-subtle jabs at the United States.
We should uphold fairness and justice. We must promote a correct historical perspective on World War II and oppose the Cold War mentality. We should block confrontation and bullying practices.
When Donald Trump upended the global trading system, he provided fertile ground for President Xi to rally partners from around the world. This summit is one example, aiming to strengthen ties between more than 20 countries from across Asia and the Middle East through cooperation on issues ranging from AI, infrastructure, or the creation of an SCO development bank. Modi would have once been much more cautious about showing public displays of affection for Putin and Xi as he tried to cultivate India's relationship with the US. But with Delhi currently facing a 50% levy on its exports, analysts say Modi has been pushed into the arms of his Chinese counterpart, even despite years of tensions over a border dispute.
The Shanghai Cooperation Organization can become the guiding light for multilateralism and an inclusive world order.
Meanwhile,
people always say do nothing win, but like this is doing something. It's not doing nothing. He is doing something. Okay? It's really interesting. It's so funny that this is happening for actually no reason. I mean, it's not necessarily, there is a reason for this. Part of that is because Donald Trump is in this unique bind where, on the one hand, he must, for the foreign policy decisions of America, for the State Department, he has to apply pressure to Russia because Russia is delivering a significant blow to American hegemony by, disrupting the power that America had as the world police, right? He's like, nope, I'm going to do some fuck shit. I'm going to invade Ukraine. I'm going to kill as many people as I want, and you can't do anything about it. And then after years and years of America being like, no, you can't do that. We're going to help Ukraine to the best of our ability. It's clear that it hasn't worked. But on top of the existing sanctions, there is obviously another sanctions package that Donald Trump could potentially entertain. This sanctions package is against India, because India is basically now assumed the role of a mediator for Russian oil and Russian energy to enter the international markets to avoid the sanctions, right? Problem is, India is also a key ally against China. India is supposed to be the bulwark against Chinese socialism, growing Chinese socialism in the region, growing Chinese power in the region. So you can't really sanction India, especially at a time like this, as I have described time and time again. Trump knows this. So even the mere threat of sanctioning India is enough for India to go back into the hands of China and maybe even leverage America by exhibiting a closeness to China to get more favorable deals out of the United States of America. And that's where we're at.
Xi is gearing up for his next major event, a military parade in Beijing attended by leaders of Russia, North Korea and Iran to mark 80 years since the end of the Second World War.
Chinese President Xi Jinping opened the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin by calling on leaders to work harder to forge a new world order.
A global governance concept based on consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits.
Also, once again, Modi's still Modi, okay? Close to China, anti-China, doesn't matter. That's still a fascist, okay? Let's be real. This is, in some respects, like if Xi Jinping was developing closer ties with Israel. It's not the same as Israel, but Modi is a Modi Modi, I would say, is like closest in ideological alignment to a country like Israel or a leader like Benjamin Netanyahu. So it's not. This isn't. This is yet again further evidence that there is no internationalist socialist perspective developing socialism around the globe coming from the Chinese side. Okay.
Practicing genuine multilateralism, deepening cooperation with the United Nations, and constructively participating in international and regional affairs.
It was the largest gathering of the trade and security bloc since it was founded in 2001, participating with some of China's closest partners and friends, including Russian leader Vladimir Putin and the president of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also in attendance. During a bilateral meeting with President Xi, he pledged to improve New Delhi's previously frosty ties with Beijing. Modi's visit to China comes days after the US imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods.
There was an expectation that this Trump administration would continue to be a close partner for India. And the fact that that hasn't worked out means that India might have neglected the region for.
They're offering stability that the USA doesn't. On the international scale, China, especially in that region, especially in Asia, is beefing up Asian cooperation because they're saying, look, America's unstable, it's dangerous, it's a madman. And you can see it, we can see it, we can all see it. We offer stability. On the other hand, if you look at internal politics in India, I feel like Modi's time is running out. The walls are closing in. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like for Modi and the BJP in general, but this kind of this kind of olive branch extended to the BJP by China, I suspect, gives more power to Modi. Like it's a saving grace for someone like Modi. What do you even know about Indian politics? By my own admission, you know, I think it's incredibly complex, and I don't fully comprehend it. I am the first to admit that. So if you take issue with what I'm saying currently, as far as like domestic Indian affairs and what Modi is seeking to do here, you can tell me if I'm wrong on any of this, but I feel like it's not very, you know, my analysis is fairly reductive.
Far too long.
Many of the nations at this summit share India's frustrations with US tariffs. Xi Jinping wants to harness that frustration and motivate SCO members to work more closely together to reduce their reliance on Western-led security initiatives and trade. The bloc signed a joint statement and agreed on a development plan for the next decade, pledging wider cooperation in energy, infrastructure, green industries, the digital economy, and artificial intelligence. An SCO development bank.
You do understand that Xi doesn't choose the Indian prime minister, right? No, of course not. What do you mean? I'm not saying that at all. I'm not sure how much power Xi Jinping would have over Indian affairs in general, but the power that he does have is a very important regional power he is using to prop up Modi like this. And the reason why he's doing that is because this is, once again, America's major bulwark in the region against growing Chinese influence. So it's purely self-interested from the Chinese perspective.
Will be established, with some pushing for an independent payment system to reduce dependence on the dollar and circumvent Western sanctions.
In the face of a resurgence of unilateral bullying, the summit issued a statement firmly supporting the multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization at its core. It called for the elimination of unilateral practices that violate WTO rules, sending a clear message of rejecting hegemony and upholding fairness, and voicing a shared commitment to maintaining an open world economy.
China has pledged to provide $218 million in aid and loans to member states and expand educational opportunities. Numerous meetings were held on the sidelines, which provided an opportunity for Putin to brief Modi and Xi on his summit with US President Donald Trump in Alaska last month, a meeting he said he hoped would pave the way to peace in Ukraine. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Tianjin, China.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable.
We're trade maxing.
New comments from Chinese leader Xi Jinping, who took a veiled dig at the U.S. as he promoted his vision of a new global order. Xi told leaders at a major summit, quote, "The house rules of a few countries should not be imposed by others." He said more as well.
We should advocate for an equal and orderly, multipolar world and a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, and make the global governance system more just and equitable.
What's truly interesting is who was there rubbing shoulders with Xi. Russia's Vladimir Putin and India's Narendra Modi all shared a laugh with the Chinese leader on the sidelines, really almost literally.
Dude, I don't understand one thing here. Like, if I'm a remotely competent European leader, I'm trying to bring Chinese investment into the European continent to the best of my ability. Okay, I'm trying to set up as many cooperation agreements with China as I possibly can. I'm like petitioning the EU to be like, dude, we got to fucking lean into this China shit. It doesn't make any fucking sense that you're looking at the situation and the lordship over there is demanding more in tithing from you. And all of these leaders around you in Europe are going, yes, sir. Yes, master. We will give you whatever you want to America. Like there is no way out of this. There's no way out of this without like leaning into the same exact leverage point that every other global South country has leaned into, which is developing separate agreements with China. Like, even if you're not going to fully cooperate with China, it doesn't make any sense that you would not at least try to get a better deal out of the United States of America by leaning in that direction in the same way that like even fucking India is doing, you know? And I genuinely don't see it. I don't understand it. And if you talk to if you talk to like Europe politicians, if you talk to European politicians, if you talk to politicians that have existed under the security banner of America in any NATO nation, they literally are just like, nah, dude, you cannot trust the Chinese. Straight up, you cannot trust the Chinese ever. That is unironically their position. They're like, look, America is great. It's helpful. It's helped us. It helped us prosper post World War II. We were really scared about socialism growing. We did not want that to happen. That's why we found ourselves in the comfortable bosom of American security. But like in the EU especially, or even in like Japan, on the one hand, there are obviously because of its proximity, there are a lot of important trade relations with China. But in the EU, while there is important trade relations with China, they are totally. It's a non-starter. The notion that like you would ever do any sort of like leaning towards China is a non-starter. Even if it's a point of leverage.
Rubbing shoulders. For Modi, it was his first trip to China in 7 years. Let's get right to CNN's Ivan Watson, who is in Tianjin.
Sweet Bear, bro, China is the enemy here, and I've never had a politician explain why. I mean, the question remains, the USSR was the enemy as well. It's just like, what's the reason? Because like everything you could point to the USSR with respect to USSR being the enemy, America has done tenfold. You know what I mean? Like you say, oh, encroachment. They're forcibly controlling they're forcibly controlling all these like Eastern Bloc countries, and that's bad. And it's like, okay, but then America's doing their own version of that, maybe with a more quote unquote peaceful approach, seemingly. But as far as like imperialism goes, they continued that tenfold, propping up military dictatorships, propping up fascist dictatorships, overthrowing people's interest in maintaining their own sovereignty, autonomy, voting democratically for, social democrats or socialists, God forbid. Like, even when we talk about Chinese imperialism in Africa, this is a great example of this. Like, do you see what I mean? This is what I mean. Everything that you can point to with respect to the USSR or even China now, America's doing tenfold and has done so tenfold, which is precisely the reason why these guys in these respective nations have decided to align with China over America, because they at least look at it and go, well, they don't have 400 years of chattel slavery that they can point to, and also their loans are better. And this is a reality that even American thinkers and American analysts are aware of. Like, this is the Chinese imperialism and Africa narrative. The Belt and Road Initiative is imperialism narratives. They got a lot of play in the DC think tank foreign policy sector for quite a while, but the new meta now is to actually recognize that Chinese loans offer far more favorable conditions than the IMF and the World Bank ever could. And there's a lot of loan forgiveness that comes along with it as well. And therefore, you have thinkers that write for, Foreign Policy Mag and stuff like that, that openly will say, we have to get better. We have to deliver better, more peaceful, and less interventionist loans than China is doing, than China is offering. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization SCO Summit in Tianjin is a key gathering for Iran after the U.S.-Israel war. Tehran is set to deepen its relationship with China in a way it hasn't before, moving beyond its past short-term crisis-driven outreach. This is SCO's largest summit since its 2001 founding. Over 20 countries plus at least 10 international bodies, including the UN Secretary General, are present. The scale reflects how China is filling the gaps left by Trump's disruption of the global order. For Iran, the timing is crucial. The E3, Germany, UK, France just triggered the snapback of UN sanctions. Iran is still reeling from the aftershocks of war with Israel and the US. Significantly at Tianjin, SCO leaders condemned the US and Israel attack on Iran in June. Foreign Minister Arakshi, alongside his Russian and Chinese counterparts, sent a joint letter to the UN rejecting the snapback. They argued it lacks legal basis and is politically destructive. For Tehran, this is a rare moment of visible backing from two global powers at a key moment. China and Russia joined Iran in rejecting the European move to restore sanctions on Tehran. A letter from the Chinese, Russian, and Iranian foreign ministers called Britain, France, and Germany's move to restore sanctions via the snapback mechanism legally and procedurally flawed. What's interesting about this is that, like, yes, on the one hand, you got like Russia making these sorts of statements, and you go, well, okay, you're Russia. You know, you deserve the sanctions for your encroachments, your irredentist actions in Ukraine, your fucking war that you're waging in Ukraine. But on the other hand, if you were to put yourself in the shoes of like Iranian leadership for a brief moment, you would kind of recognize that like Western nations are doing that to Iran in an even more unjustifiable, with an even more unjustifiable reason when you consider it, like additional sanctions and this aggressive enforcement that seeks to cripple the Iranian economy even further, to starve out the Iranian economy even further, is utterly ridiculous. Contrary to much of Western analysis, Iran hasn't decisively pivoted to China yet. It often abandoned Beijing for short-term openings with the U.S. and EU efforts Israel has successfully blocked. China, for its part, has long showed strategic mistrust of Iran. Even Xi Jinping's 2016 $40 billion offer for rail, refiner, and power plant investments was sidelined. Iran gave South Pars contracts to total over Chinese firms after the JCPOA. The 25-year roadmap proved symbolic for Iran. Beijing saw Tehran turn to it only in times of crisis. But Iran has always been unimaginably invested in maintaining sovereignty. Okay? I'm not making an assessment on whether this is good or bad. I'm just telling you that they've always chosen sovereignty and also leveraging the reverse relationship that they don't even have with Western powers against China with regular frequency. If you have all of these, if you have like nations in Africa leveraging the pre-existing harm that they saw from Western powers to create an environment of cooperation with China, Iran, for some weird reason, has done the exact opposite, where time and time again, they have shown mistrust to China. Even when China is like demonstrated that they have a strategic interest in cooperating with Iran as their own little bulwark against Western imperialism in the region. Russia is not irredentist, Lamau, just the irrational justification of Putin's dumbass gave for a rational invasion after they were left no choice thanks to NATO threatening to have nukes positioned at Kharkiv at a distance equivalent to Detroit to DC to Moscow. It is absolutely irredentist. If we know that there was never going to be NATO encroachment in Ukraine, you think Vladimir Putin miscalculated that? No, of course he didn't. There was already pre-existing instability in LPR and DPR, and they had already annexed Crimea. It is absolutely an additional push for more land and more control over Ukraine. It's ridiculous. Come on, please stop. Now the Iranian calculus may be shifting. Iranian Defense Minister Nazirizadeh at the SCO. Orgs like Shanghai and BRICS can substitute unilateralism by forming new alliances. Regional security will be ensured with SCO cooperation. Iran is signaling readiness for deeper long-term cooperation with China. This stretches from Afghanistan to the Persian Gulf to Xinjiang and shaping the future of Central Asia, South Asia, and the Caucasus in the wake of the IMEC and the Trump corridor. I I'm not saying this because I'm Turkish and I do often meme about Turkey being at the table, but a key component of this, or I guess like the last remaining castle for American imperialism in this region would be Turkey, because every single Turkic region that spans from China all the way to Europe is still very much aligned with Turkey here and get logistical training and supplies from the Turkish military. And therefore, Turkey being the NATO nation that it is a very important factor as far as like China having its own backyard and the entire Asian continent cleared of like American intervention, so they can do trade maxing to the best of their ability by rail and you know, develop their supply lines in the way that they want to. Beijing-Tehran shared interests go beyond security. Beijing-Tehran ties can deepen to include more durable energy deals, oil, gas, renewables, major Chinese investment in Chabahar as a counter to U.S. corridors, and tech transfer in cutting-edge fields like AI. At the SCO summit, Pezeshkian welcomed China's call for reform in global governance. He backed SCO financial cooperation to cut dollar dependence, new rapid crisis response mechanisms, SCO Strategic Studies Center, Chabahar linking China, Central Asia, and the Indian Ocean. Iran sees the SCO's 10-year strategy as a chance to anchor itself in a multipolar order. Beijing's support in infrastructure and defense will hinge on Tehran showing long-term commitment and on how the U.S. and Europe will engage with Iran. China's invitation for Iran to its World War II Victory Day military parade while excluding Israel, the U.S. and EU, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE is telling. The message: Iran is part of Beijing's envisioned multipolar order. How we even ended up here is absurd. I think many people will say Trump is the reason for this. I think that's incorrect. I think Trump is simply the accelerant. Okay? That's
Despite a long-running...
I think Trump is simply the accelerant. Trump is giving the much-needed push to all of these other periphery countries by behaving in this inconsistent and irrational manner. But overall, like, global designs such as this one do not exchange hands overnight. They don't... You can't turn the tide of history with one leadership over the next. It's not like this has been a long time coming. This is decades of sanctions and America basically turning China into the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. It's a long time. That gave China a tremendous political influence and power because it caused it basically made China intervention proof. Because you can't destroy your own manufacturing hub. It started with the shit talking during COVID that started the polarization Biden wrapped up. No. It's far before COVID. No. This is far before COVID. COVID could be seen as another accelerant, and Trump certainly is an accelerant, but I wouldn't say that it's like one singular event. But it definitely... Ne oldu, gittiler mi? Niye gelsin orada oynasın onlar? Okay, gitsin ıslansın. Bırak sen. Açık kalsın, sıkıntı yok. Yeah. Is that a Jeffrey Epstein tattoo on his hand? Yeah, he loves him. He loves Jeffrey. Anyway, let's look at TLDR News Global. Why China's economy is stalling.
Property crisis and Trump's unprecedented tariffs, the Chinese economy has held up surprisingly well.
Domestically, declines in property investment have been mostly offset by increased investment in high-tech manufacturing. And while exports to the US have fallen somewhat, they haven't fallen as much as you might expect. And Chinese producers have apparently been able to offset any decline by just redirecting their exports elsewhere, including to Europe. Nonetheless, in the past month or so, the Chinese economy has shown new signs of strain, and a combination of debt and deflation take their toll on industry. So in this video, we're going to explain how the Chinese economy outperformed expectations over the past couple of years, and what's gone wrong. Have you ever wondered how much money TLDR makes each year? Or who's funding our journalism? Well, we think transparency is super important. So we answer both questions in our recent video. It's linked in the description. Business investment, household consumption, and the sum of four things. Governments be unbalanced. In short, GDP is defined as economic woes. You need to understand how the Chinese economy is fundamentally unbalanced. In short, GDP is defined as the sum of four things. Government spending, business investment, household consumption, and the difference between exports and imports. In China, consumption accounts for a lower than average share of GDP, while investment and net exports account for a higher than average share. A recent analysis by the University of Groningen found that, in 2019, household consumption accounted for
It's really hard for me to value Western perspective on China's economy because they do have a different system and priorities. I know. And for the record, this has been a major issue for Western analysts from the jump. Okay? Western analysts refuse to contend with, they only look at the Chinese economy and Chinese goals from a Western lens, a Western capitalist lens that focuses on the GDP. One of the best examples that I can point to you as far as trying to fit Chinese governance into a Western lens and failing to understand what's going on in China has been ghost cities, right? For the longest time, Western analysts looked at China and said, oh, these guys are so stupid. They're just trying to do economic output domestically by building all these cities, but haha, these cities are all empty. These are ghost cities. Look at how stupid they are. Look at how silly they are, right? And that is because in America and in the Western world broadly, you look at home ownership not as a means of shelter, but as a means of economic activity. Okay? It's supposed to be an asset, a speculative asset to be traded on the stock market. So they don't actually realize that like a government could have broad-reaching, multiple decades-long agendas to rapidly urbanize, for example. This is just not a thing that is within the Western liberal field of vision, right? So because we don't have any sort of like real long-term planning, or even if we do have long-term planning, our long-term planning is still very much at the behest of capital. We can't even see a world outside of that horse blinders that we have on. And oftentimes this is the reason why Western analysis on China actually falls short. This is yet another byproduct of this is yet another issue with that analysis by simply looking at the GDP. And when things don't unfold in the way that Western analysts predicted they would in China, because they will consistently claim, oh, it's on the verge of collapse any day now, any moment now, any day now, China's going to collapse, China's going to collapse, China's going to collapse. When that doesn't happen, they turn around and they look for alternative reasons. Even in the Trump tariff panic, at the peak of Trump's tariff agenda, when Trump was single-handedly undermining decades-long American designs for global trade, everybody kept saying, oh, China can just like simply withstand this pressure because they're a dictatorship, right? They could just like withstand it because they're a dictatorship, not realizing that like a government that does have that level of centralized control could withstand, like it's an upper hand when the United States of America's system of control is far more decentralized and far more invested in short-term gains and short-term benefits for corporations. China has central planning, and therefore they have a much better capacity to withstand economic shocks, economic pressures that come from Western instability. But instead of saying that, because that would undermine everything that you have learned in school and higher education about the glories of neoliberalism, you have to look for an alternative reason. And you say, oh, it's because they're a dictatorship. They could just like brutally crack the whip on their population if there was any sort of fucking instability whatsoever. I think this creates bad analysis. You don't have to love China, okay? My goal here is to approach what China is doing and engage in analysis of what China is doing with the terms that they set for themselves. There is no reason, especially in 2025, I don't think there's any reason to not look at like 15-year plans that they put forth as like silly pie in the sky ideas, when very clearly those plans are being pushed no matter what. The notion that like the notion that like you don't understand that the leadership within the Chinese party of the Communist Party of China is still very much invested in like their own short-term benefits and lining up their own pockets, and they're not actually invested in the improving the welfare of all Chinese citizens, I think is faulty analysis overall, and it will cause you to make wrong predictions over and over again, as many Western analysts have.
39% of China's GDP, compared to a global average of about 60%. For context, in most large European countries, household consumption accounted for about 50% of GDP. In India, it accounted for about 65%, and in the US, it accounted for about 70%. This is largely because, through a variety of mechanisms, including an undervalued currency, China essentially underpays its workers, keeping them poor and keeping China's exports competitive. Conversely, investment accounts for a disproportionately large share of Chinese GDP. World Bank data, for instance, suggests that investment made up 41% of Chinese GDP in 2023, compared to a global average of 23%. Again, to give some more context, in India, investment accounted for about 33% of GDP, and in the US, it was 21%. In and of itself, lots of investment isn't a bad thing, but too much investment can lead to a country producing essentially too much stuff. This is sort of what's happened in Chinese industry. China produces more stuff than its population can consume, which is why it runs persistent trade surpluses. But it also happened in China's property sector. Chinese property developers essentially built too many houses, hence those infamous videos of China's ghost cities, and then had to take out unsustainable amounts of debt to keep themselves afloat.
If money is fake, which it is, and Chinese investment is still very much centrally controlled and is not actually being done at the behest of capital, but instead so that there is like an internal market so that you can incentivize people into new sectors that you want to develop, then the analysis can't be interpreted with a Western capitalist lens. This is yet another problem, because like when there's any sort of like economic disaster imminent due to like overdevelopment of housing, for example, because that was one area where they were heavy-handed, right? They can just rein it back in because of the centralized control that they have. Because of the centralized control that they have, when they rein it back in, it doesn't have the same instability of like market forces that you would see in a place like the United States of America. And they are doing that, for the record. They have scaled back tremendously on this front. Doors open. Doors open. Informative chart from Ben Norton. Open presents. Thank you for the 100 big bones. Goddamn. Informative chart showing how China's economy has shifted in the past 5 years. China decided to pop its real estate bubble in 2020 with the 3 red lines policy. After that, investment in real estate fell markedly while rising fast in high-end manufacturing, especially of cars like electric vehicles and renewable energy technology such as solar panels and batteries, of which China is now the undisputed global leader. This illustrates how China's economic model has transitioned from building up lots of housing and basic infrastructure to a pronounced emphasis on developing the new quality productive forces in the science and tech sectors. One of the main reasons China can do this so effectively is because of its financial system is socialized. So state-owned banks were ordered to stop lending to real estate developers and instead give cheap loans to high-end manufacturers. So basically what they're doing, at least by my estimation, and I'm no expert here, but basically what they end up doing is like they use capitalism or like capitalist market forces like a sleeve. Instead of saying, this is what the state is doing and you're going to do it, shut the fuck up, they still have complete control over the lendership structure because all the banks are state-owned, okay? And they use that to create a positive incentive structure for people to lean into certain sectors. And people take their notes from this. But ultimately, while the winners win big, the losers don't actually end up losing so tremendously as they would in a Western country, because ultimately the state is still working at the behest of the citizens, or at least like at the behest of whatever long-term goals that they have. This, of course, is considered cheating by Western nations under the global trade design that they've put forward. This is not even a joke. They will say China are major cheaters because of their heavy subsidies, completely controlled by the state, and it makes it impossible for other countries in the Western world to compete with them. This is not a joke. If you ask any Western politician or a politician in the Western periphery, they will say, can't listen to a non-expert? Okay, well, calm down. Get an expert on. Can't listen to a non-expert. I'm over here talking about how the experts in the West are getting this wrong, and you're over here yelling at me. I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? What you see is what you're going to get. Calm down. Now, the irony here, of course, is that the best possible way to compete with China from Western countries is to become more like China. But they won't do that because their entire system is designed to not be like the Chinese system, where the government controls the flows of capital rather than capital controlling whatever the government does. Okay? That's the major problem, because if their entire society is designed around sicking the free markets on their own populations, there's no way where they could turn into a command economy, a centrally planned economy, in an effort to even compete with Chinese manufacturing around the globe. I'm an expert, and I say this is bad. They should have collapsed their entire economy over a failing real estate industry. Yeah. U.S. economist Michael Pettis, who has incorrectly predicted the failure of the Chinese model for over a decade, is complaining that the Chinese policymakers avoided a recession by popping the real estate bubble and redirecting investment into manufacturing. This is not a bad thing, but a good thing. It also means that not only Chinese consumers, but the entire world have access to very low-cost green technologies like solar panels, batteries, and electric vehicles, which is obviously another good thing in order to combat climate change. Sure, Chinese companies are paying part of the cost as their profit margins have fallen significantly, but if we're serious about reducing carbon emissions, this is a positive externality. Here is an expert. But why China's GDP growth didn't slow at all? Why? Because Beijing didn't allow the decline in property investment to translate into lower overall investment. It solved the decline in property investment by engineering a surge, almost RMB for RMB, in manufacturing investment. More manufacturing, in other words, was not driven by any perceived increase in Chinese or global demand. It was wholly a reaction to a decline in property investments combined with a political determination to continue meeting excessively high GDP growth targets. The consequence was perhaps predictable. The creation of excess capacity in the property sector now shifted to the creation of excess capacity in the manufacturing sector, and especially in politically preferred sectors like solar panels, EVs, and batteries. This also is part of the reason why America is actively trying to undermine any sort of EV surge or renewable energy surge, because for two reasons. One, because this obviously still very much benefits the profit margins of the oil and gas industry, which America is leaning heavily into. They're like, fuck it, we're not doing renewable energies at all. And it's because they don't want to even give a crumb of global market share to China. But ironically enough, China is still pumping EVs and batteries and and all of these other like renewable energy sector technologies to every other country in the every other country surrounding the United States of America. And what's really interesting about this is that it's causing America to be left behind. We are actively refusing to move into this new growth sector, which for many decades was a major area that required investment, as many renewable energy loyalists would tell you. We just chose to avoid that side. And now we're in a situation where we're being left behind. Like, even if you weren't going to allow Chinese goods to flow into the country on this side because you're worried that it benefits the Chinese economy, you could have at least like invested in R&D. You could have tried to poach scientists. You could have tried to focus on building a robust renewable energy infrastructure, a manufacturing and manufacturing facilities all around the country for this new sector, this growth sector, as opposed to this finite good that is fossil fuels. This is an issue that far predates Donald Trump, mind you. That's why I say Donald Trump is an accelerant and not necessarily the major factor here of China's global dominance on these important renewable energy sectors. And it's a larger issue. It's a far more consequential, far larger issue than one president. Okay, no matter how impactful or divisive he may seem, this is an issue of capitalism.
As you might remember, to remedy this, in late 2020, the CCP introduced the so-called 3 red lines, which essentially limited how much debt developers could take on. This was terrible news for heavily indebted developers like Evergrande, and triggered a dramatic slowdown in China's property market. Now, usually you'd expect this sort of slowdown to lead to a decrease in overall GDP. After all, a property crisis would usually mean a reduction in investment, as developers pare back construction, and potentially a decrease in consumption, as homeowners cautiously pare back their spending in reaction to declines in property prices. However, this didn't really happen. Instead, as this very helpful graph by Brad Setzer at the Council on Foreign Relations neatly illustrates, investment was essentially redirected from property into manufacturing and infrastructure. This was largely a consequence of the CCP's practice of setting GDP targets for provincial governments. For context, unlike the rest of the world, where GDP growth is measured as an output of statistical authorities at the end of the year, in China, the central government sets GDP targets for provincial governments at the beginning of the year. In other words, GDP isn't just an output, but also an input. Under pressure to hit their GDP targets, local governments essentially just redirected their investment spending from property into other industries, especially politically favourable ones identified as new productive forces by the CCP.
Yeah, but this right here is basically, this is what I tried to describe as like using capitalism as a sleeve, right? Using the incentive structure, using the positive incentivization structure that exists within like controlling flows of capital in a centralized economy. China is able to redirect its entire economy to go towards new growth sectors that they think are important to invest into. Under different circumstances, Like in the way that we imagine like the gray Soviet era USSR level of control, this would be done at the barrel of a gun. You know what I mean? This would be like, this is what we're doing. Going forward, you're building Ladas, okay? It's Lada time. And then people are like, no, but I don't want to build a Lada. I want to, you know, keep building homes or something. You know what I mean? And you're like, no, you're building a Lada. Shut the fuck up. And instead of doing that, they're just basically controlling the money. They're using the positive incentive that exists. People will say they're choosing winners and losers in this regard, but if everyone is on board, and if everyone understands that this is how this is just how they move their economy, then you know you just have to look at the overall well-being of the citizens instead as a better metric for success. Are their material conditions improving? And the answer is yes.
For a while, this strategy seemed to be working. While there was indeed a mismatch between consumption and production, Chinese producers were able to bridge the gap with exports. In other words, selling their surplus to foreign consumers. This helped boost GDP growth and allowed China to establish market dominance in high-tech industries like EVs. Even when Trump's tariffs kicked in, which obviously made it harder for Chinese producers to sell to the US, exports held up impressively well, with Chinese exporters redirecting their surplus to Europe and other markets in Southeast Asia and Latin America. You can see this if you break down China's most recent export data by region. While exports to the US have indeed fallen compared to 2024, exports to the rest of the world have held steady or increased. However, this strategy always felt somewhat unsustainable. Other countries were neither economically able nor politically willing to absorb China's surplus forever. And even though exports were holding up relatively well, China was still clearly producing too much, as evidenced by the brutal price wars we saw in industries like solar panels and EVs recently. Price wars aren't necessarily bad, but in China they contributed to the pre-existing deflation crisis and encouraged affected companies, and the local government supporting them, to take out unsustainable amounts of debt in an attempt to survive the price wars. This is a big reason why China's total debt now stands at over 300% of GDP, up from about 200% only a decade ago. Anyway, it now looks like this strategy is indeed running out of road. Prices can't go much lower, and affected companies can't take out much more debt, which is why, according to the latest data release from China's National Bureau of Statistics, in July, growth in both manufacturing and infrastructure investment declined dramatically. More generally, both industrial production and corporate investment fell markedly, with fixed asset investment falling from about 4% growth year-on-year earlier this year to 1.6% in July, and industrial production falling from 6.8% in June to 5.7% in July. This is in part because domestic demand has weakened further, with year-on-year growth in retail sales falling to a 6-month low of 3.7%, presumably at least in part because consumers are responding to deflation by paring back their spending. Weak domestic demand will obviously...
By the way, this is part of the reason why the One Belt, One Road initiative was so important for China. It's not even like opening up new flows of trade, but the Chinese investment into African nations not only helps them in the long run to develop long-standing allegiances with countries that will be more and more impactful in the global design at the United Nations and the like, but also when you develop African countries, you create secondary markets that you can sell to. You create secondary markets that you can sell the products that you're manufacturing to offset whatever kind of like tariff war that America might try to play with you. Now, of course, obviously, the entirety of the African markets is at this stage nowhere near as important as the American markets are. If China is the manufacturing engine of the entire planet, America is the consumption engine of the entire planet. It's the richest nation. It's the one that buys all the treats, right? That is the design. But that is the other reason, at least from the Chinese perspective, into developing African countries. Developing African countries specifically so that there is a market that they can sell products to. Again, trade maxing.
Make things even harder for China's embattled producers. Because, Well, weak demand makes it harder to sell stuff. Weak demand also seems to have restarted China's property crisis, with home prices in urban areas, which seem to have stabilised somewhat in late 2024, resuming their declines in the past couple of months. All in all, this is yet more evidence that China needs to boost consumption as a share of GDP. Excessive investment, whether it's in property or manufacturing, seems to be ultimately unsustainable if it's not matched by domestic demand. More consumption.
No, literally, they look to what's going on in China as like a major a problem because like they can't, like from a Western perspective, they can't boost domestic consumption. And that one of the things they always say is like that the Chinese people save too much.
Would both rebalance the economy and perhaps even ease trade-related tensions with the rest of the world. After all, more domestic demand would mean both fewer exports, and thus less risk of the politically toxic overcapacity we're seeing at the moment, but also more imports from foreign producers, which would encourage other countries to see trade with China in less zero-sum terms. Now, other China-related news has been covered across the media landscape, including Xi Jinping's planned hosting of Kim Jong-un for China's military parade next week, with 147 sources reporting on it. Taking a closer look, you can see that 20 of these sources come from the right and 40 of them come from the left. It's clear that there are some differences between each side of the political spectrum, with right-leaning outlets focusing on...
Okay, hold on. Here, this is another one. This is a better... Money and macro, China's increasingly bizarre economy. This seeks to understand.
The Chinese economy seemed unstoppable. Now people are spending less. The all-important housing sector is in a downturn.
A China, then, that is booming, according to its latest economic figures.
Okay, it's official. China's economy is getting weirder and weirder. On the one hand, it is showing all the signs of a Japan-style slowdown. It is plagued by deflation, youth unemployment remains stubbornly high, and the government is introducing more and more stimulus measures.
This part is true. I would say that this is perhaps the biggest problem with... If the only metric that a government is supposed to care about is the well-being of its citizens and the welfare of its citizens, the only area where... I mean, there's a couple areas where China is falling short. Obviously, I think developing the healthcare infrastructure is another area where they're falling short. But youth unemployment is definitely, as far as I've seen, youth unemployment is definitely a major issue.
To try to get people to spend more. And yet, at the same time, China's economy seems to be experiencing a second economic miracle of some sorts. Last year, it was again the second fastest growing major economy in the world, and in just a few years' time, it has come to dominate advanced industries such as petroleum cars, electric vehicles, clean tech, and even AI. So, what's really going on with China's economy? Is it failing? Is it booming? Or is it somewhere in between? In a normal economy, these two stories cannot be true at the same time. After all, if consumers are not spending, then firms have no revenue, and thus they cannot be investing and producing on such a large scale. But if there's one thing that my years of studying economies around the world has shown me, China is no normal economy. So, if we cannot use normal economics to understand what's going on with China, then what the heck is going on with China's economy? To find out, I started with the most obvious potential explanation. China is lying about their GDP numbers. Yes, it may sound strange that this is the most obvious explanation, but as I covered 2 years ago, there are serious signs that Chinese provinces overstate their GDP growth every year to hit their growth targets. However, today, according to recent research by US Federal Reserve researchers, China appears to be honest about their GDP numbers. These researchers use all sorts of alternative metrics, such as retail sales and industrial production indices, and conclude that no, there are no red flags right now when it comes to China's impressive GDP growth numbers. So that left me no choice. To find out what's actually going on in China, I had to dive into both the crises and boom stories in much more detail. My starting point was the crisis story that I talked about a lot on this channel previously. This story is about China's Japanification. Now, the core of the Japanification story was essentially that China's economy would surely follow the path of Japan, which stagnated after a gigantic property bubble burst in the early 1990s. That is, just like Japan did in the 1960s and 70s, China went through extraordinary economic growth in the 1990s and early 2000s because it used banks to invest in the country on a colossal scale. This allowed Japan and later China to rapidly catch up to the West by building infrastructure, houses, factories, and a world-class education system. To obtain foreign know-how and currency, both Japan and China used various measures to keep both wages and their currencies low. This allowed both countries to quickly become manufacturing powerhouses. And this is often considered a crucial first step in a country's economic development because manufacturing is special. It allows a country to sustainably earn enough foreign currency to pay for crucial imports that keep the economy running, crucial imports like, for example, oil. However, according to economists like Peking University professor Michael Pettis, such investment-heavy economic miracles can only get a country so far. After all, at some point, there are enough bridges, roads, houses, and factories. At this point, almost all economists, including, I have to say, those of the Chinese Communist Party, recognize that a developing economy needs to switch to a consumption-based model where wage and currency suppression are abandoned to allow people to have more disposable income. This could lead to a more balanced economy where all sorts of businesses emerge in response to the needs of the people. These types of businesses are often service sector businesses, such as, for example, theme parks and cafes. Developing a thriving service sector is really important for any modern economy because the service sector can employ way more people than advanced manufacturing does. So essentially, the idea is that any economy starts out agrarian, then rapidly industrializes, and then finishes its development by developing a thriving service sector, which employs most people. For example, in the UK, a whopping 95% of workers work in the service sector, even though it only accounts for about 78% of its economy. Now, to achieve these transformations rapidly, a government tends to give certain privileges, like tax exemptions or subsidies, to the sector that it wants to develop next. However, this also means that for the next stage of the economic transition, privileges need to be taken away from the previously dominant sector. This is why transformations between development stages are easier said than done. Often the owners of the preferred last sector have a lot of political capital now, meaning that they resist the transition. For example, Argentinian farmer oligarchs have long resisted the transition to industrialize. Similarly, now China's powerful industrialists, whom many of are high-ranking members of the Chinese Communist Party, are resisting the transition to a consumption-based economy because it would reduce their relative power. But what if there is a simpler option? One that can just make everyone richer. One that will allow people to spend more and to keep the economy growing without taking wealth away from government and manufacturing elites that have profited from the previous investment-led growth model. Believe it or not, but in macroeconomics, that option actually exists. And it is called blowing a housing bubble. Here's how you can get one started. The first step is to get rid of conservative regulations that prevent the housing market from taking off. Second, you make it easier and easier for banks to supply mortgages to households. And then it's easy. Just sit back and relax as the following positive feedback loop starts making everybody in your nation feel rich. As more and more households borrow from the banks to speculate on the housing market, house prices will inevitably be pushed up. This will make homeowners feel richer, encouraging them to borrow and speculate even more. Of course, banks will be happy to help them out, as they have lent against the collateral of these houses. So if one borrower was not trustworthy, the bank can just take the house. After all, it only keeps going up in value. Crucially for the economy, rising home prices made both the Japanese and Chinese consumers feel richer, allowing them to spend more freely, just as they might have in their countries if they had chosen to switch to a consumption-based development model. Therefore, the housing bubble years helped sustain high economic growth well after most productive investment.
In America, this happens because people use real estate as a speculative asset. In China, it happened because they wanted to build more houses so that they could have rapid urbanization. And instead of telling everybody at gunpoint to build more houses now, the mechanism that they chose to do this in, which was the incentives that you gave when you control all the money flows, the incentives you gave to the banks. The state controls the banks, so this is the way that they increase their housing supply. Dude, you're partially right, but the Chinese consumers were also speculating on housing. No, I understand that. I know. Which is why when it got to a point where there was too much of that happening, they bursted their own bubble.
Investments were already done, both in Japan in the 1980s and in China in the 2010s. Sadly, while these mortgages helped push GDP up, they made debt go up way faster, causing debt to GDP to rise rapidly, almost doubling from about 130% of GDP in 2008 in China to roughly 260% in 2019. This was a huge sign that this all was not sustainable. Then, when house prices inevitably started dropping, the virtuous cycle that we saw before became a doom loop. Banks started demanding their money back. Consumers could not fully repay their loans, and therefore they stopped spending their money in the economy. In Japan, reduced spending meant that its industries then started getting fewer and fewer orders. On top of that, reduced home values and more bad borrowers meant
I don't know the exact inner workings of the Chinese healthcare structure, but from what I've read about it, I think it makes me feel like the only reason why they haven't been able to improve the healthcare infrastructure is because they need to eradicate this incentivization structure in its entirety from healthcare and have it just be a government-owned and operated thing. And when there is, when you are trying to positively influence and positively incentivize people into leaning into that sector by way of opening up like new additional investment, you fail to actually build the necessary robust healthcare infrastructure. They can't just like move it, I think, given that there is too much inelastic demand when it comes to healthcare. You're watching a guy who made a video titled "Why Trump's Tariff Chaos Makes Sense, Big Picture." I'm not agreeing with this person. I'm just looking at his assessment.
And that the banks stopped lending to anyone, including industry. Therefore, industrial firms stopped investing and lost their edge. To keep the doors open, they also had to lower their prices, making it harder for them to repay their debts as well. Therefore, the Bank of Japan eventually stepped in to support banks, consumers, and firms with low interest rates in the hope to get Japanese consumers to start spending again and banks to start lending again. This is the story that many economists, including me, said we'd likely see in China as well.
This is the point. This is the turning point in the video where he says, we were wrong. Here's why. And he presents it as, it's bizarre. Okay?
But now, just a couple of years later, I can say that it was only half the case. Yes, we've seen the property slump stick around for many years. Yes, Chinese consumers don't spend as much anymore, causing deflation and youth unemployment. And yes, just like in Japan, we are seeing the central bank stepping in with stimulus in a big way. However, we are not seeing this translate into a recession in Chinese manufacturing. Despite Chinese consumers suffering, we are seeing Chinese factories produce more and more and more and more, even expanding into risky new sectors such as green technologies and electric vehicles. In all of my years of studying economies around the world, I can truly...
I'm telling you, this is exactly like the same failed analysis around ghost cities. Like, they're like, wow, it's so crazy. I guess they're only moving into the renewable energy sector, not because they recognize that as like the next step in our global evolution away from the finite and also world-destroying fossil fuel industry, but instead... there must be a different reason. There must be a cynical reason. Oh, it's because China wants to build out. China wants to make cheap, affordable batteries because they just want to sell cheap, affordable batteries. Like there can't be an alternative reason here beyond like fixing the economy, fixing the outputs, and that's it. That's again the issue with this analysis. The issue with this analysis is that like they never want to hand it to the government. They never want to hand it to having like a long-term plan in mind. It just can't be the reason. It must be for short-term profits.
Say that I've never ever seen anything like this before. This is why I think it's fair to call this China's second economic miracle. So, how did China do it? I think this graph from National University of Singapore, Professor Bert Hoffman, shows it best. As you can see here, as Chinese banks stepped back from the real estate market when...
Like, it's staring them right in the fucking face. Huh? You think they're doing this for moral reasons then? No, China is pragmatic. What do you mean moral reasons? There is no moral reason to want to continue mankind, okay? It's not moral, it's just pragmatic. They're not doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. They're doing it because they recognize that this is an important sector to invest into, because unlike our politicians who supposedly read the literature showing the inevitable doom, the inevitable demise because of our over-reliance on fucking carbon polluting fossil fuel sector, they realize if we want to continue fucking living, if we want to continue surviving on this planet, then yeah, we probably have to change this dynamic. We probably have to invest heavily into R&D. We probably have to invest heavily into renewables. It doesn't have to be like a bleeding heart liberal that's pushing for this. Do you see what I mean?
Popped, they started absolutely pumping massive amounts of money into industry. This is a key difference with Japan. In Japan, private banks did not do this because it was far too risky. Similarly, in Western economies, banks absolutely did not go on a lending spree to industry after the housing crash of 2007. But China is no...
Economics today resembles Catholic theology in medieval Europe, a rigid doctrine guarded by a modern priesthood who claim to possess the sole truth. Dissenters are shunned. This is not education, it's indoctrination, says Ha Jun Chang. It's true. It literally is true. We have this entirely dogmatic approach to capitalism as though that's it. There's no alternative vision. There's no alternative means of commodity production. And it can't be for anything other than pure profits. And that's part of the shortcomings in all of the China analysis, is that all of our most well-read thinkers have been indoctrinated into this way of thinking. So the most intelligent guy that you have met will still be short-sighted and will often get things wrong when it comes to analyzing what's going on in fucking China. This is, I'm not the most intelligent person. I'm not the best at analyzing what the fuck's going on in the global economy. But the only difference, in the simplest terms, the only difference I have between looking at China with like the way I analyze China's actions versus the way that like the average Western liberal thinker analyzes China is that I take what they're saying at face value. I don't think that this is a sinister reason. Like when they say, here's our 15-year program, okay, when they reveal that, I don't look at that and go, there's a cynical reason why they're moving in this direction. It must be because they want to fix their outputs or something. It's like that might be part of the process, but clearly they've done the exact opposite of what Elon Musk has done, okay? Elon Musk, every fucking quarter, will just lie his ass off, okay? And after the 11th time where he is just like overpromised and underdelivered, you got to go, maybe he's not being honest this time, okay? Whereas with China, it's the reversal. They literally will routinely fulfill their economic targets like with regular frequency. They do it all the time. So at a certain point, you have to think, okay, maybe they're not lying. Maybe this is like genuinely what they're invested in. You know what I mean?
Normal economy because its state is so much more powerful than in Japan or in the West. So after the housing bubble burst, the government essentially stepped in and ordered its state-owned banks to pivot hard and turn on the lending taps to industries that it considered essential for its further economic development. Of course, Chinese consumers are still in trouble, so factories could not sell all of this new stuff at home, meaning that we are seeing deflation in China. However, with so much state support, Chinese manufacturers now had a significant edge over foreign firms, meaning that China's export growth absolutely exploded. So why is China's economy still growing so fast? Why is its industry taking over the world even though Chinese consumers are suffering? It's quite simple. It is an unprecedented lending boom from Chinese banks that are following the orders of the Chinese government in all likelihood. So
if the previous unprecedented lending boom was in the real estate sector, and that caused what you know as ghost cities, which are no longer even ghost cities, but just like cities where people fucking live in, then what makes you think this time the manufacturing boom and the unprecedented lending that's going into the manufacturing boom is not also done so that they can achieve market dominance and significantly boost the renewable sector all around the globe? Why is it that it's also being done for some sinister purpose? What happens if the central economy guesses wrong where investments should occur? It's a good question. I assume they're cooked. But ultimately, if you have a dynamic form of governance that is willing to take the initiative and then quickly recognize when they're failing and immediately move away from that, you know, when they're too heavy-handed, then, you know, you arrive at what's going on in China. Whereas I think in a non-centrally planned economy, those kinds of issues take place with boom-bust cycles with regular frequency, and there is no protection for people. 2008 is a great example of this. When the housing bubble burst, and it wasn't even like designed in a way to boost the housing supply, but instead was designed in a way to, you know, turn more profits. And every part of that was entirely corrupt. In order to fix that situation, you end up giving golden parachutes to banks and CEOs, and a fuck ton of people actually lose both their life savings and also they lose their shelter.
Conclusion, both stories about China's economy are correct. China is not faking its economic numbers. Its consumers and property markets are actually struggling, similarly to how it happened in Japan in the 1990s. However, unlike Japan, China's industries are thriving thanks to massive support by the state. On the one hand, this is truly impressive. On the other hand, it is a really risky bet for two reasons. The first is that Chinese economic growth is now even more dependent on foreigners wanting more and more Chinese products. The US is already closing off its markets. Yes, so far China has managed to actually reroute its exports to other markets. But it is increasingly facing a backlash all over the world as countries like Brazil, Indonesia and India are fearing the demise of their own industries who cannot compete with heavily subsidized Chinese firms. The second reason China's new economic model is not sustainable is that China's debt to GDP ratio is once again rapidly rising. This cannot continue indefinitely. When taking into account household, corporate and government debt, China is now even more indebted than the United States. That being said though, China's total private sector and government debt is still quite a bit lower than that of Japan. So me saying that this is not sustainable does not mean that China's economy will collapse in the coming 5 years. How far they can take this new model, I do not know. But I do think that this was the wrong choice. As I argued in my previous video, for more stable economic growth, China should switch to a consumption-based economic model. And that's not just me saying that. The Chinese Communist Party itself essentially agrees with me, at least that's what they write. It's not what they do, but it's what they write. They are saying, look, we need to prioritize high quality growth. That is growth that does not increase debt to GDP. But whether or not they can do it, I don't know. Especially not given that their working age population is now projected to start declining rapidly in the coming decades. So yeah, what do you think? Let me know in the comments below. And if you want to know,
I think they have to intentionally mischaracterize what China does because they didn't Because if they didn't, that means they would have to hand it to socialism, which exactly is the opposite of message they want to send right now. I am not anti-China, but I get very wary when people put moral language on their actions. If you look at what they do in Myanmar, for example, you will see a cold reality of how the state operates. But I'm not saying they're evil. I think they're pragmatic for sure, and the citizens benefit from that. Yes, I will never say that China is a force for good and are operating. No state operates from the kindness of their heart. That's just not how it is. That's just not how things go. China, on the other hand, obviously puts the material conditions improving for their working class above all else. Anyway, but I think more and more, you'll probably start seeing more and more like China hawks, or at least like China watchers in general in the West, take a different approach to this issue, because if they continue to operate on these like arrogant confines, they're just going to keep finding themselves, they're going to keep finding themselves making wrong predictions. And maybe 20 years ago, making the wrong prediction about China's inevitable demise was not so consequential because America was still obviously the superpower, right? But now, when you are directing the State Department to take action in a certain way, and that actually allows China more breathing room to operate internationally, that's a far more costly penalty, because China does have motion now. That's it.
In China with this rather extraordinary summit. Ivan.
That's right, and it's wrapping up now. The leaders of countries from across the Middle East and Asia have been gathering in this huge building here, where they boast that they represent nearly 50% of the world's population, starting to see their motorcades leave now, John. And I think the enduring image is of those leaders of three of the world's largest countries, Russia, China, and India, looking pretty cordial and happy together, and all agreeing that this is a time of global uncertainty, and they're all calling for some kind of newer, fairer system of government. A lot of digs taken at what they describe as a world order that's been dominated too much, they argue, by the U.S. since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Chinese leader Xi Jinping complaining about bullying. The Russian President Vladimir Putin saying that this kind of Atlantic Eurocentric world order, these institutions.
To that chatter asking, isn't Canada Dry also on the BDS list? It was on the latest episode of Fear and. The answer is no, not to my knowledge at least. Okay? Do you feel like you're doing some activism here? The question remains, do you feel like you are engaging in activism by not even fully, let's say if it was, okay? Let's say if it was. Do you feel like you did activism here because I boycotted it myself? Okay, well, why don't you look into it instead of coming in here and being like, wow, seems like you're not participating in BDS. Go look it up. I did before. No, you clearly didn't, because it's not. Anyway.
Are outdated. Of course, he's complaining at the same time as his military is nightly bombing cities in Ukraine in a war that he only described here as a crisis. It is notable that the Prime Minister of India was here. He skipped last year's Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, in part, I think, because of the fact that India and China's relations have been pretty bad. About 5 years ago, soldiers from India and China were beating each other to death in skirmishes in a disputed.
Like, even the skirmish stuff that they talk about, like the border skirmishes, is so funny because, like, I've said this a lot before. Their major consequential geopolitical incidents are literally dudes dressing up in riot gear and hitting each other with like sticks and rocks. That's what they're talking about. Whereas when there's any sort of serious military skirmish between like a Western superpower and another country, that's never handled with fucking sticks and rocks. This isn't to say that there isn't like instability there, but it's just like it's always funny to like really hype up how dangerous and how unstable and how volatile this situation is. When, you know, we're talking about America that just like used fucking bombers and blew up a bunch of like Iranian nuclear sites only a couple months ago because they were fucking bored and because it would make Israel shut the fuck up a little bit. All while, you know, Israel has obviously reduced Gaza to rubble. It just looks kind of silly. I don't know. From where I'm standing, I look at this and I'm like, this is fucking silly. That, or when they talk about like the Filipino boats, like the boats coming out of the Philippines getting sprayed with like a water cannon by like the Chinese Navy. And they'll be like, this is the most dangerous skirmish of all time. It's really heating up. And it's like, there is certainly instability there. Obviously, China wants to bring Philippines into a joint security partnership. And that's like the last holdout in the region for some reason. Who knows? But like, that's nothing in comparison to America's dominance around the planet.
Border region in the Himalayas. He's clearly here mending fences and still stinging from the fact that the Trump administration just days ago imposed 50% tariffs on India, much higher than on India's arch rival Pakistan. And that's seen by many Indian experts as stabbing India in the back and a U-turn on decades of growing U.S.-Indian relations. Watch this place closely, because in a couple days' time, China will go from flexing its diplomatic muscles to flexing military muscles with a huge parade, military parade in Beijing. It will be attended by none other.
Am I crazy in feeling this is embarrassing for China? They had the opportunity to meaningfully intervene in Gaza/Sudan if they wanted to stand on business, but instead they're siding with Putin to maintain LABORDAY quo. Yeah, I mean, that's just how they operate. That's it. That's always how they operate. I understand. I myself am frustrated. They could do far more in terms of like applying pressure to Israel. But obviously, once again, Chinese intervention in this regard is, or my demands for Chinese intervention in this regard, when they've shown to be far too pragmatic and far too disinterested in interfering in whatever Western events are unfolding that are incredibly bloody and incredibly deadly. It is rather hollow, rather silly of me, an American citizen, to demand that the Chinese government do something when, you know, Israel would not be able to flip one stone in the Gaza Strip without American go-ahead.
Than Vladimir Putin and also the leaders of North Korea and Iran. John.
Yeah. High symbolism there. Ivan Watson, great to have you. Thank you very much. Bianna?
All right, joining me now is CNN senior affairs analyst Kim Dozier. If there's anyone who loves a military parade, Kim, we know it's Vladimir Putin. He's conducted one every year.
Bro, I've never seen this community describe Arab countries as pragmatic for their inaction during the genocide and beyond it. Isn't it Orientalist to keep calling China pragmatic? I mean, yeah, we fucking say that the Arab nations are betrayers of their own regional goals, their own interests and sovereignty, and demands being made by their own populations to intervene to save the lives of Palestinians. Arab countries are also vassal states, beholden to U.S. interest in the region. China is a sovereign nation.
in Moscow, and now he's going to be there with Xi Jinping on Wednesday to watch China's. To pick up on what Ivan said about Putin's statements, here's what he said today at the summit and how he described the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. He said it's a system that could replace the outdated Europe Central and Euro-Atlantic models and would take into account the interests of a maximum number of countries and would be truly balanced. Putin has long been pushing for a multipolar world order, one that is less focused on U.S. and a unipolar world dominated by the U.S. being the global superpower. Is he getting that wish come true now?
Well, what we're seeing is this formation of this Eurasian bloc that is strengthening its ties economically, militarily, diplomatically, and China is in the lead. You know, China wants to conquer the world through trade, through markets, vice through force, and replace the U.S. as the leading global power. And it's taking advantage of this moment when Trump has alienated people, so many nations, including India, which was becoming an ally, whereas in the previous White House administration, the Biden administration had used market forces and joining together to try to discipline China and Russia. In this case, however, we see that sort of method being thrown out the window, and now these tariffs producing a fusion of nations that haven't always had the West.
China does want to trade, Max, but take over the world? No, not yet. I'm sure that China wouldn't hate having the same level of influence and prominence around the globe that America has eventually, but they're in a wait and see, don't rock the boat attitude for the time being because they don't have 800 military bases, or at least like even the interest in maintaining the status quo with 800 military bases in the same way that America is. Not every hegemonic power is going to look the same and operate in the same way.
Best interest at heart, especially as we see with the war of aggression in Ukraine.
Yeah, and Modi making his first trip to China in some 7 years, coming after the U.S. slapped an additional 50% tariff on India for purchasing Russian oil and gas. And yet we saw those striking images of Modi not only sitting in Putin's motorcade for an hour for a meeting prior to walking in and meeting with other world leaders, but they walked in hand. The two countries have long had a close history.
I just don't get why China arms every party in Burma for pragmatic reasons, but doesn't in this conflict. They don't even aid Iran that much. That's because Iran doesn't want the aid. But that's changing as well. That's the only reason. I think if Iran welcomed Chinese intervention, then China would gladly fucking boost Iran as much as possible. And it's not because Iran is too prideful. Iran just wants to. Iran has always placed a lot of emphasis in maintaining sovereignty no matter what.
Dating back to the Cold War in the Soviet Union era. But do you envision this being an opportunity not only for Modi to get closer with Xi Jinping, but also with Vladimir Putin? These sanctions appear, at least optically, to only be bringing these two closer. They not only buy Russian oil and gas, we should note they also buy arms from Russia.
Yeah, Russia and India have always historically had close ties because Russia has time and time again helped India out militarily. Much of India's military manufacturing systems are based on Russian models and need to be resupplied by Russia. But what you also have is this new pressing together of the two sides because while India had been taking advantage, yes, of cheap Russian crude, India sells that Russian crude onwards to the European Union, which has doubled the amount that it buys from India. So inside India, you see this fury over what they see as a double standard. The EU escapes U.S. tariffs over secondhand purchase of Russian oil. China isn't facing tariffs over.
I mean, it's not what they see as a double standard. It is a double standard. Like that's there are, and that double standard was just the way of the land for a very long time, because whatever America designed, whatever America said whatever America said was whatever was going to happen. It's not like that double standard is in every aspect. That double standard is in every aspect of existence, every aspect of foreign entanglements, foreign conflicts, trade. That's just how it always has been. Nice English, Hossie. I know, dude. Listen, I don't think I'm getting enough sleep. Okay, calm down.
It's much larger portions of Russian oil. All of that together spells out an India that is ready to do business with anyone but the U.S. right now.
Yeah, China.
This morning, Israel claims to have killed.
Israel is claiming that they killed Abu Ubaidah, which is a sad state of affairs. Well,
in Gaza City, the long-serving spokesman for Hamas. Abu Ubaidah was one of the most senior Hamas officials still living. Hamas hasn't commented. Gaza City is now squarely in Israel's crosshairs. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in the midst of call.
I mean, here you go. You want to see a fucking double standard? Here it is. You know what I mean? On the one hand, these exact same outlets will talk about like Russia doing incredible cruelty to the Ukrainian population. On the other hand, they present this as a normal part of the process. This also comes after Israel not only is doing a genocide, but also wiped out the damn near entirety of the fucking civil governance structure of Yemen. It's crazy.
Calling up 60,000 reservists for a full ground assault on the city, claiming it is the last remaining holdout of Hamas. Last night, during a 6-hour cabinet meeting, Netanyahu announced the offensive is still a go, without even discussing a ceasefire that Hamas says it has agreed to, according to Israeli media. Up to 1 million people remain in Gaza City.
It's crazy that only now are they like, well, Hamas agreed to the ceasefire, but Israel's refusing to abide by it. Like, only now, dude, 23 months in. That's crazy. That's crazy. They should have been covering it like this, because this is more truthful coverage than I've ever seen from mainstream media. Even that brief admission, they should have been doing that from the start.
And the few international aid groups still working there say more Palestinians are arriving every day as they try to escape advancing Israeli troops. International agencies say Gaza City is already facing a level 5 famine, the highest level. Ala Jawad is returning to her tent with her son after they battled crowds to get some rice from a food kitchen, describing it as humiliating and insufficient. If they have food, we eat. Otherwise, we don't. My youngest son cries all day from hunger, she says. Opposition to the war and Netanyahu appear to be growing in Israel. Weekly protests against Netanyahu have swelled from a few thousand in Tel Aviv to several 100,000 2 weeks ago. Gil Dickman's cousin, Carmel, was executed by Hamas a year ago. Dickman accuses Netanyahu of refusing a deal that could have set her free and says the war is now doing harm to both Israel and Jews worldwide.
Netanyahu and his war right now, they're ruining the Israeli state and the Israeli idea, the moral of the Jewish nation, of the Jewish people all over the world.
And as for what could come next for Gaza, much of which is already in ruins, President Trump has proposed, quite controversially, that the United States take ownership of Gaza, turn it into a business venture, something he called a Riviera. He even posted an AI video showing what it might look like. Well, apparently the idea is not dead. The Washington Post reports that the Trump administration has reviewed a detailed plan to develop this Riviera economically under U.S. leadership and to move all of the 2 million Gazans currently residing there and to move them to an undisclosed location, compensating them with $5,000 and digital tokens for their land. The administration has not responded to our request for comment. Laura?
Richard, thank you.
Hey, also, the American Lebanese guy that is supposed to be the envoy to the Middle East and the Trump administration recently gave an insane interview to Mario Nawal, one of these like TikTok guys, in which he literally said the Sykes-Picot agreements and nation-state boundaries are irrelevant, and that Israel has the capacity and the interest in overriding all of these pre-established states. Like, he basically said Israel has the ambition and the military power to implement the Greater Israel Project. It's pretty insane. Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Where is it? Where the frick is it? Hold on. I'm looking at Seamus's tweets. He tweets quite a bit. And I simply cannot find it any longer. Where the hell did it go? In any case, Lebanon at this stage is completely undermined, has no ambition for sovereignty whatsoever, with the decapitation strikes against Hezbollah. Seamus says, going off of Itai Epstein's reporting, breaking the Gaza Reconstruction, Acceleration, and Transformation Trust, great, exposed by Washington Post, is a twisted brainchild of Boston Consulting Group, which Benjamin Netanyahu used to work at. Remember, Boston Consulting Group is also responsible for the Gaza Holocaust Foundation, GHF, improperly billed as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. But yeah, this is basically the Trump goal here, is to completely overtake. Like, the American goal here is to completely overtake Gaza, the Gaza Riviera Project, that kind of thing. Anyway, Seamus says, something I've noticed in the U.S. discussion about Gaza and Lebanon is the use of self-governance as a euphemism for becoming an American satellite state. Sovereignty can now be forced upon a country. If refused, annihilation will follow. Gaza is/was self-governing, but it is outside the American sphere of influence, so it is now deemed as an Iranian outpost that is interfering with Palestine's future independence, something that we all know the U.S. and Israel care deeply about ensuring. Of course they don't. So they're just like masquerading these sorts of actions under the auspices of self-governance and sovereignty, when it's not. It's just being an American, basically being an American outpost. New poll shows 58% of Lebanon is opposed to disarming Hezbollah without a plan to defend against Israel. 71% of Lebanon believes the Lebanese army is incapable of confronting Israeli aggression. Opposition to disarmament is overwhelming with Shias and lowest among Christians. Months and months to talk about what the Lebanese people supposedly want and think, and now we have finally numbers to it. But of course, it doesn't matter, because that is the initiative that they're taking at the behest of Israel, because Israel gets to draw out all the maps in the region to suit whatever kind of conquest, to suit whatever kind of purpose they have. And that is where we're at. So Lebanon is getting packed up. It's you know, that's another part of their grand design. And here is the post-war Gaza plan involving the U.S. administration and population moves. And they talk about population transfer as though it's like a totally normal thing and not just wholesale ethnic cleansing, which is what it is. But When Trump presented it a couple months ago with that shitty AI video, people were so mad, fake mad. Western leaders said, this is unacceptable. This is ethnic cleansing. Months after, Israel is still continuing with its ethnic cleansing campaign, with its genocide. And now they're basically presenting it once again as the alternative, a much more peaceful alternative.
The Washington Post newspaper has published details from a prospectus that purports to detail the Trump administration's plans for developing post-war Gaza. The proposal entails the so-called voluntary departure of residents from the coastal territory during
voluntary. Remember, keyword is the voluntary departure of the residents. They obviously are not. There is no such thing. There is no voluntary departure here whatsoever. This goes along with another openly stated desire that Israel has in terms of building concentration camps in Rafah, where they basically pack millions of Palestinians into these concentration camps with the express purpose of shipping them elsewhere. One of the places that they floated to ship the Palestinians to was, I believe, Sudan. Another one is Libya. Just places where they will not get the necessary help and treatment. Places that are also unstable in and of itself. It's just genocide. Is genocide being packaged? Is genocide being packaged with, like, I guess, Western academic NGO speak? But obviously, no one believes this shit. Everyone understands exactly what's going on. It's just that we don't have a way to directly put a stop to it. How do so many people become for this? This is the other thing I wanted to mention. So it's not that people are for this. I think a lot of people are just like completely oblivious to the grand ambition here, or many people do recognize it, but they don't fully comprehend how violent these actions are. And even those who abhor what is going on, what's taking place, feel powerless in the face of the lack of interest from Western governments to do something to change the trajectory of this genocide and this ethnic cleansing. One thing that I read from Israeli society, however, because if you want to know like how a population is on board with this kind of thing, let me see if I can find it real quick, because there was this guy, is a Jewish academic, who wrote like this long post about Israeli society and how they see how they are like what the overall opinions are of the Jewish citizens of Israel broadly. And it's truly terrifying. I mean, it's just full fascism. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. What was his name? It was really good. If anyone can figure it out, it's like a long Twitter thread. I'm not Ollie Goldberg. Yes, I think that's it. I think that's his name. Thank you, chatter. Or Ori Goldberg. Yeah, it was Ori Goldberg. You're right. Former academic with PhD in Middle Eastern Studies, Ori Goldberg wrote this long effort post about where Israel is, or where the Jewish society in Israel is, and their opinions on it. Because if you're wondering, like, I mean, there's protests happening. Like, is that moving the needle in some way? Is that going anywhere? Well, the answer is no. And the reason for why it's not going anywhere, I think he spells out fairly well. He writes, a primer on Jewish-Israeli public opinion. Number one, Israeli Jews separate the war, in air quotes, from the genocide. The war, they say, is being mismanaged and should be halted until the hostages come home. Number two, the genocide is all on the Palestinians. We wouldn't do it if we did not have to do it. They started it. They're animals. There's no other way. That's the way they see it. Number 3, Israeli society will not revolt, not even against the war, in air quotes. The Israeli Jews have invested all the symbolic and actual capital they have in the genocide. Number 4, Israeli Jews understand what the world thinks of them. They ascribe it to anti-Semitism, as old as the world itself, without relation to Israel's actions. They will not engage the world. Initially, some may take provocative action. Ultimately, they will cease traveling, circle the wagons, and convince themselves they are right because the world hates them and the world is beset by woke woes. Israelis will not accede to the existence of a present. Everything will happen. That is the true point of never again. It is only for us because the only real people are Jews, and the only real thing that can happen is an attempt to annihilate the Jews. Everything else is fake. They're hopped up on exceptionalism and supremacist values, supremacist ideals, and it's now extending beyond simply the analysis of like Palestinians not being human, but instead all the naysayers against Israel's actions are also critical against Israel's actions simply because they themselves are also anti-Semitic. Okay, no, don't come here. You're too wet. Place. You're so wet. What's wrong with you? You are so wet. She was playing outside in the pool with her friends all morning. And she just like wants to come over and get pets, and it's just like she's way too wet. Israelis will insist that Israel is a robust democracy exhibiting debate and difference in opinion. As the genocide continues, this debate will focus exclusively on intra-Israeli issues. After all, what does it matter what happens to the Palestinians or in the broader world? We are the only ones who truly exist. Chill is called Being in Heat. She's not in heat. She got spayed. So this is one of the best assessments I've seen so far of like broader Israeli society and why they are so seemingly oblivious to the way that people see them in the rest of the world, and that is because they've just completely shut out all the naysayers. So when Benjamin Netanyahu says like, "Oh, France is Hamas, Macron is Hamas," yeah, for a lot of people, we hear that and we go, "Oh, come on, bro. You're fucking so stupid. What the hell are you talking about?" But for Israeli society, it sticks. They unironically do think that Macron is just like an anti-Semite. Anyone and everyone that's against Israel's actions must be deeply anti-Semitic. That's it. That's it. It's like slowly but surely, every aspect of Israeli society has molded into Kahanist sentiment. Even sentiment that like liberal Zionists a couple of years prior would have actually scoffed at and would look at and say that's too radical. They now fully are on board with this kind of principle. And that's where we're at.
It's a plan that's been welcomed by the leadership of Israel's far right, but NGOs saying it would hasten the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. Joining me now from Washington, D.C. is France 24's Fraser Jackson. Fraser, what more do we know about this proposal to turn Gaza into the so-called Riviera of the Middle East?
Well, Trump shocked the press gathered in the White House back in February when he first uttered that phrase, Riviera of the Middle East, unleashing a wave of backlash, some of which he embraced. But now we have a bit more meat on the bone, thanks to reporting from the Washington Post. Now, the paper says that there are numerous proposals floating around, with one which would see the Gaza Strip turn into a, quote, trusteeship administered by the United States for at least 10 years, while it's transformed into a gleaming tourism resort and high-tech manufacturing and technology technology hub. Now, the Post has published this 38-page document, which calls itself the Great Trust, standing for Gaza Reconstitution, Economic Acceleration and Transformation Trust. Now, that trust says that it would turn the Strip, quote, from a demolished Iranian proxy to a prosperous Abrahamic ally. Now, Washington Post says that the plan envisions at least a temporary relocation of all of Gaza's more than 2 million people, either through what it calls voluntary departures to another country or into restricted, secured zones inside the enclave during that reconstruction. Now, under this plan that is being floated, Palestinian landowners will be offered a digital token by the trust in exchange for the rights to redevelop their land. Now, that token would...
I can't believe a couple months ago when we actually covered how fucking insane and stupid this was, it just seemed like a far-fetched idea, and now it's like... Now it's turning into this like crypto rug pull based government policy. Whenever Hassan tells Kaya place, I imagine myself as her. That's crazy. And she's not listening to me any longer. She is no longer a good, she's no longer a good lady. She's become a bad lady.
Either be used to set the landowner up for a life elsewhere, or the token could then be redeemed for an apartment within one of half a dozen AI-powered smart cities that the trust wants to build in the Gaza Strip. Each Palestinian who leaves will be given $5,000 cash, as well as money to cover 4 years of rent payments and a year of food. But how that system would work isn't immediately clear. Now, it should be said that the White House and State Departments haven't commented on the proposals, and it's unknown if this is the plan that Trump is indeed.
Yeah, Hitler announced a temporary relocation of Jews, but like modernized, where it's like they're just doing hollow tokens. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's just straight up like the modern dystopian version of the Holocaust. It's insane. What do you mean? What if they say no? They get killed, chatter. There is no saying no. What you literally are pointing a gun at them and going, here, take this fucking fake crypto token. And if you don't fuck off, then, you know, you have the other option here. We will kill you.
Pondering, but we have heard numerous plans like this over the last few months to pay Palestinians to leave Gaza and resettle them in other places like Libya, as well as Ethiopia and Indonesia. Israel has been in talks with those countries, and the head of Israel's spy agency Mossad came to DC in July to seek US help to convince countries to take hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Now, the Israeli government says that a relocation like this will be voluntary, but it is, of course, hugely controversial, and many analysts are labeling it as a war crime.
And of course, this is all coming as the Trump administration has cancelled the visas of all Palestinians just days before the UN General Assembly.
Yeah, this reporting coming from the New York Times this time. They are saying that US officials have increased restrictions on Palestinian passport holders, effectively suspending approvals of a whole host of US visas to the diaspora. Now, the new measures that we are being made aware of in this reporting were told to US embassies in a cable on August 18th, and they will effectively impact the ability for Palestinian passport holders to travel for medical treatment, as well as university studies and business trips as well. That adds to the restrictions already in place on visitor visas, and it comes just days after Marco Rubio announced that the US would not issue visas to Palestinian officials who are wanting to attend the UN General Assembly in New York in a few weeks' time. That also includes the leader of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, along with around 80 others who were planning on traveling. State Department said that Marco Rubio was doing this to hold the Palestinian Authority, quote, accountable for not complying with their commitments and for undermining the prospects for peace. Now, it's unclear what prompted this newest push for restrictions from the US government, but it, of course, comes after a wave of close US allies announced plans to recognize Palestinian statehood at that meeting in New York in just a couple of weeks. France, Canada, and the UK all set to become the first G7 nations to do so.
Your country is evil, bro. The most evil. And dumb. Like, it's just evil and stupid. It's stupid evil. It's cruel for the sake of cruelty alone and nothing else. It just fucking sucks.
If certain conditions are met.
Fraser Jackson.
Well, the world's leading genocide.
Yeah, International Association of Genocide Scholars also got together and said Israel's actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide. I believe it was 85% of them that said unconditionally that this is genocide, which is the truth.
Associations say Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. The group passed the resolution on Sunday, joining a chorus of countries, experts and rights groups who say Israel's actions meet the United Nations definition of genocide. Israel's leaders have denied prior allegations of genocide. More than 63,000 people have been killed in Gaza, and famine is now gripping parts of the enclave due to a partial Israeli blockade.
ICJ dropped the ball so hard by giving Israel the time to complete its genocide. They didn't drop the ball. They're being significantly undermined by America. If you notice, the ICC has also, quote unquote, dropped the ball. They haven't. They're powerless if America says so. And that is what we are seeing. I mean, one of the judges at the overseeing the ICJ court case literally came out and said, God has chosen me to oversee this case because, you know, the second coming of Jesus Christ is going to happen. Like, she straight up came out and said, I'm an evangelical Christian Zionist on a mission by God. Yeah, the ICC and ICJ literally take many, many years for genocide traditionally. I know. That's the that is the ICJ judge. The ICC prosecutors have been sanctioned into oblivion by the American state as well, though. Anyway, Graham Plattner is speaking live at the Bernie rally. Let's tune into it and let's see what he has to say.
Much of the world that we have today is the specific result of policy choices made by establishment politicians. And the shameful truth of all of this is the blame cannot simply be left at the feet of one political party. We have two parties that want the votes of working people, but neither has done anything lately to earn it.
Yeah, his criticisms of the Democrats' feckless attitude has been getting a lot of play on Twitter and annoying people apparently,
Support
which I say good.
Must be earned. And that will never happen as long as Democrats are part of the same corporate apparatus that the Republicans are. Now, Susan Collins' charade is wearing thin. This is the easiest applause lines in these speeches. No one cares that you pretend to be remorseful as you sell out to lobbyists.
Better not say anything positive about Platter or bad Empanada going to get very angry.
No one cares.
Man,
you sell out to corporations, and no one cares.
Shut the fuck up, even in jest, okay? Don't even joke about that shit. I don't give a fuck what he has to say.
From the working class to the ruling class in American history. Symbolic opposition does not reopen hospitals. Weak condemnations do not bring back Roe v. Wade.
You're really showing a guy on stream that did 5 Iraq tours? Do you not give a fuck about Arab lives after all you've done? Yes, I don't. I don't. That's what it is. That must be it. Yeah. You got me.
Not
forgivable. Maoist.
A performative politics that enables the destruction of our way of life is disqualifying for the role of United States Senator.
The Banana viewers are already here pre-mad. I don't know how you do this with so many idiots. I've been doing this my whole fucking career. Who gives a shit? This doesn't mean, look, I'm looking at what he's saying.
Better than Susan Collins.
I understand that many of us have been burned before.
And Maine deserves an alternative.
There's no reason to immediately fucking assume that this is another Fetterman clone. It can be the case.
Status quo that she is.
But I'm not going to immediately slap aside.
I am running because it is time for change.
This dude has literally one single tweet about Palestine.
Because I believe
he just started running for Congress.
And in a better system. And I believe that a politics that is willing to sell anyone out is a politics that will eventually sell.
Bro. I'm sorry. We can't. I'm not doing this whole thing with like leftists who just genuinely come in here and they go, look, man, I'm fucking mentally ill and you need to abide by my standards right now. Okay? You need to abide by my standards. Like, I'm the most fucking mentally ill person you've ever encountered. I am a truly repulsive individual to every single person around me. Okay? To every single person around me. It is unimaginable how much I make people, I revile people. People are, they shudder in disgust. They throw up when they're around me. And you have to be just like me in your analysis, okay? My mental illness is my strongest fucking suit. My mental illness and my insanity is what makes me the greatest fucking leftist of all time. It is a weapon. Okay? Get a fucking job. Shut the fuck up. Calm down. Okay? I didn't say that his 5 tours, even his 5 tours is not even the fucking major issue here, even though that is an issue. The actual issue is the fact that he also worked with private contractors. Okay? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. On the opposite side, it's like seemingly there is a movement for more populist left-wing candidates that are running. And I will always put a leftist ass in a seat if I can. Okay? That's it. Mental illness is not a moral wrong. What the fuck? Man, shut the fuck up. You know that's not what I'm talking about. It's not. But when you present your own fucking schizophrenic hallucinations as though it's like the most morally consistent political position, it sets a setback for us, for all of us. Shut up. Please.
The reason we are in the straits we are today is because that is what has happened. But it has happened because we let it. And the world that we live in today is not how it has to be. We can have a healthcare system that is not a mechanism of extracting wealth out of working Americans, but a guarantee for safety and health for all. Major life events like buying a home or getting a college education can be points of joy and pride, and not relegation to a lifetime of debt. our taxpayer dollars can build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza. We can take back the wealth that belongs to us, that has been stolen by corrupt politicians and the corporations that bought them. We can use government to usher in a golden age for unions and workers, not double down on gig work and union busting for the benefit of Wall Street and CEOs. And we can have an economy and a government that works for the 99% and not just for the 1%.
Every campaign ad speaks in the genocide. I spoke to him in person. He spoke of it. I talked to the finance director for an hour. We talked about it. They're goated. I met him in person. He spoke on it at an event near where I live. He speaks about how he realized he was conned, that people were killed because of capitalist demands, and suffers as a disabled veteran as a result.
One that looks out for the most vulnerable, for children,
that's what
and
I've
for the
seen as well.
elderly.
Again,
where we lift each other up, whether we are trying to start businesses or go to college or buying a home. Where we empower workers to fight for fair pay and safe conditions, and where we reap the profits of our hard work. To find that path forward, we need only look down on the shoulders of the giants we stand on. The legacy of the labor movement. The legacy of the civil rights movement.
he loves killing Iraqis, by the way. Yeah, that's his
And
platform.
these are legacies
If you notice, he's running on a platform of wanting to kill more Iraqi children. Have you guys noticed that? That's what he keeps saying over and over again. Dude, you need to shut the fuck up. I always say this. Some of y'all just need to shut the fuck up. You're getting in your own way, okay? If you're for real, no, I'm being sarcastic. I'm making fun of the fucking dipshits in the chat.
Ancestors organized for it and fought for it. Regardless of what some might want you to believe, power exists for those who are willing to organize and to take it. And power is for the people. That is what I am asking you to do here today, is to come out and
Does it piss me off that everyone is now applauding Gaza genocide talking points after saying you were wrong? Why would that ever piss me off? I don't care about being right. I want others to also see the truth. I will always celebrate people fucking changing their idiotic positions initially. Not even for a brief second do I feel burned or angry or resentful about that shit.
I am asking you to show up, to come out, go to events, knock doors, do the hard work, do what is uncomfortable, and that is to connect with your neighbors and help us write a new story that leads us from this troubling chapter of our history.
Entryism is not the way. He does entryism. That is a dead end. You're right. Why is Graham Plattner running for Senate instead of just sitting around in my Twitch chat talking about how everyone is actually bad and wrong? I think we're banning all mentions of bad empanada going forward, by the way. We're banning mods. We should ban all mentions of bad empanada, and we should purge the community of all the fucking bad empanada enjoyers. No, it's done. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't care. Go watch him then, okay? He has sound critique and sound analysis. Go watch him, please. Why? Because his fucking loyalists are so unimaginably annoying. And it's really fucking annoying. Not even because it's like, oh, he's saying something truthful and that's actually undermining, you know, my liberal perspective or anything. It's annoying because it reminds me of how much of a fucking failure I am and how much of a fucking failure he is, because it shows me that people only listen to whatever like figure that they have parasocially invested themselves into, rather than, you know, going on their own journey of learning and developing their own opinions. It's just another version of what the fuck I get mad about with respect to like people who love molestiny. Obviously, with Bad Empanada, we are aligned on the ultimate goals, I think. Okay? But it's so fucking dumb and childish to come in here and be like, wow, he said this. I don't care. He is an irrelevant figure. He's even more irrelevant than I am. Okay? And I'm an irrelevant figure in the grand scheme of things as well. You guys have propped us up, myself and Bad Empanada and whoever the fuck you watch and listen to, as though we are these like these beacons, these political revolutionaries or whatever. Okay? It's not the case. It's not the case at all. We're cooked. We have no semblance of organizing. We have nothing. We just don't have anything. We don't have anything in this fucking country. The best you can expect from a robust left movement in this country is to marginally improve the working conditions, marginally improve the living conditions of the working class in this nation, while also simultaneously urging American foreign policy to change its trajectory so it gets out of the way. Okay? That's it. And a lot of you guys don't understand that. You think like, I don't know. A lot of you guys just don't necessarily care about electoralism, and that's fine. Okay. I understand why some people would not choose to participate, but if you're not going to participate in it, then don't fucking shit fling from the sidelines. Okay. Like, as long as it doesn't make him entirely wrong, man. There needs to be some kind of reckoning with the fact that someone's actual past is a killer. Okay, there you go. Once again, there are valid concerns to have here. 100%. But if you're shutting yourself off from even analyzing the situation, interpreting it on your own because you listen to an Argentinian dude or you listen to an Australian dude living in Argentina and his assessment of it, and just you're repeating the talking points in here, then you're not engaging in any sort of real critique. Okay? That's number one. Number two, once again, when I look at these sorts of developments, I look at it from the frame of what the broader American, what the broader government and their attitude is on these sorts of issues. This person is above and beyond aligned with, at least the way he's communicated himself so far. This person is far above and beyond the expectations of like a Pete Buttigieg or whatever the establishment's trying to present, okay, as the best path forward. The way I look at it is like, you could take issue with Zoran. You could take issue with Graham Plattner and their campaigns. But would America be in a better situation overall if it was if we had 100-gram platiners as opposed to not having any? And if the answer is yes, you move on with that assessment in mind. Okay? That's it. I'm not demanding you like hug and kiss him, okay? I'm not demanding you idolize him, but I can't even fucking open up the conversation without a bunch of people chirping at me. It's ridiculous. We're not going to play that game here, okay? If you think that this implies that I'm betraying this revolutionary sentiment or something, then sure. That's it. I make my assessment off of I have a goal in mind, but I make my assessment and moderate my commentary off of like what the broader consciousness looks like, what the broader opinions look like. Okay? And while I'm still uncompromising, when it comes to electoralism, when it comes to propping up candidates, there are always going to be candidates that are far better than the average Democratic politician. And if one presents itself and they have a viable alternative, you have to look at the rest of the race and recognize that if he's the best and he is choosing to unseat a Republican politician, then it is idiotic to not push for more a robust and a larger national platform for people like this. I already said you can't be pro-Israel and garner support at this stage. And it's obvious that not only is he tackling the issue of Democrats' inability to put hurdles in front of the accelerated fascist administration, he's also openly communicating that what Israel is doing with our support is a genocide. So he absolutely passes that. He absolutely passes that bare minimum standard. These are my metrics. You might have different ones, and that's okay. But the thing I won't allow you to do is come in here and just fucking chirp because you watched a fucking YouTuber and you're just trying to relitigate his anger in here because it makes me feel like you don't have any fucking stake in this at all. And for you, praxis or political action and political engagement is simply yelling in a fucking Twitch chat. And that's morally repugnant. Okay? It's disgusting. Go build the fucking Vanguard on your own, on the countryside. That's it. It's so fucking sad. Like, you're no different than DGGers, just so you know. Just because you're doing it at the behest of what you assume is like creating a Marxist-Leninist vanguard or something, or exhibiting revolutionary class politics in your mind, doesn't change the dynamic at all. You are literally doing the exact same thing. You are simply wearing politics as a sleeve to advance drama. It's fucking idiotic. is childish. It's parasocial. It fucking disgusts me. That's it. Yeah. You're just doing drama, but Marxist style, I guess. Why does everything always need to go back to niche micro e-celebs? Do you not think there's valid criticism in Fetterman, Obama types? I mean, who are you speaking to? Are you speaking to me here? Do you feel as though I have not regularly criticized Obama? And since Fetterman's pivot, have actively shit on Fetterman as well? Like, who you're now addressing a straw man that you propped up in your mind. If you are to say that Graham Plattner is going to be like Obama or Fetterman, yeah, there's a likelihood that that could be the case. But as far as he hasn't shown that, what's the purpose here? What's the purpose? Okay, I think you're dismissing a valid conversation that needs to be had about the Obama strategy. Run as a progressive, govern as a liberal because of people bringing up bad empanada? No. Because not a single fucking person has presented a valid reason as to why this is the case. They're just simply relitigating talking points that they saw in a fucking YouTube video. Okay? That's it. You're have your assumptions and I have mine. That's all you have right now. This person is not even elected. This person has only launched his campaign like a fucking month ago. And you're already in here being like, I want to be the guy who says, I told you so. I think this is pessimistic. Okay? If he was running around doing wishy-washy sentiment, if he was demonstrating wishy-washy sentiment about his own service, about American military conquest in the global south, then you would have a little bit more validity to your arguments. The problem here is you will look for this perspective that you have in your mind born out of pessimism is now going to guide every single point of analysis that you engage with because you just want to be right. That's it. You want to be right. Okay? I understand people keep bringing it up, but the aspect can't be ignored to discuss his tendency. I've been watching since 2019. I remember your supporters saying similar things for Fetterman. Yes. John Fetterman presented himself as a progressive figurehead and then literally went back on every single thing that he promised. Okay? Every single thing, including shit that is directly related to his own personal life. His wife was an undocumented migrant, and now he's anti-immigrant. What are we talking about? There's a reason why that is like not the Obama technique, for the record. That's something beyond that. John Fetterman became one of the most reactionary politicians in Congress virtually overnight. If you think that everyone is going to turn out like John Fetterman, then you can't vote for anybody because everyone could be like John Fetterman. Literally everyone. So then your argument is simply, don't vote for anybody. Don't vote for a single fucking person. Do not engage in electoralism. Do you see what my anger is here? So if you recognize that, and why dismiss people? Because the fucking concern is psychotic. That's it. There's a reason why he is a unique figure. Yeah, then don't vote for the Democrats. What's the issue? Yeah, if you don't want to vote, don't vote for the Democrats. Okay? You just espouse the concern yourself, though. Once again, you want to win an argument. You don't want to you are currently not looking at this in a reasonable fashion. You are simply looking at this to say, this guy's fake. I already made up my mind on it. and I want to convince everyone else that he's fucking fake before we even make up our own minds. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's why it's frustrating to have this back and forth over and over again. And it's much easier to just fucking, nail a bunch of these chatters and rip them to shreds and have them chirp away in the fucking wind and in splinter communities that they cultivate off of the resentment that they feel that a community that they once thought was warm and welcoming is now hostile to their worldview. And therefore, it must be a reactionary one because they simply do not exhibit the same politics of purity that you have. Okay? You're doing, and once again, now, how quickly do you fall into identity politics? This is pure liberal idpol. Someone who has this opinion that you hold right now should never go, hold on, as a brown, poor immigrant, I want real change. Why did you choose the need to fill in the blanks for us right now? Because you're a fucking liberal too, okay? That's it. That's it. Excuse me, as a poor brown immigrant, you're actually currently saying that my criticisms are not warranted. Yes, it's born out of a place of absolute pessimism. It's an understandable pessimism that you have because nothing good has ever happened for you. It's understandable. Nothing good ever comes out of American politics. This is true. But that's why I always say we sit back and we wait. Just give it some time before you make your assessment instead of immediately trying to rush to be first in the market, to be the guy who's right. Okay? If you're not invested in electoralism, then that's fine, but you don't have to fucking criticize it, okay? From the outside. I have a different method than you do. He has significantly better bona fides than John Fetterman in terms of his investment. Even being a part of the DSA alone is like automatically putting him above John Fetterman anyway. As a rich white guy, isn't it easy to wait for you? How quickly do fucking libtards showcase their libtard ass behavior in here as a rich white guy? Yes, dude, I'm a rich white guy. I should just vote for the Republicans then, don't you think? Why do I do this kind of advocacy? None of it actually harms me, right? Isn't that right? So why am I? I'm not trans. Why am I advocating for trans rights? I can pay for my health care. Why do I want everyone to be able to pay? Why do I want everyone to have free health care? I already paid off my student loan debts. I paid off my family's student loan debts. Why do I want all student loan debt to be eradicated and for college to be free? Why? I'm a white guy. Why do I talk about black liberation? Why do I talk about discriminatory practices in American policing? The racist outcomes of the criminal justice system. It doesn't impact me at the end of the day. Also, why are you here? Why aren't you watching someone who is from a marginalized background and instead are here? There you go. What do you do for black people? Ugh, I'm not even going to entertain this. I'm not dignifying whatever fucking dumbass position that you hold here. It's the classic, you haven't had enough black guests on the show. And then you just, arrive at a position where you got a white guy spelling out exactly what he's done for black people. Like I'm the fucking champion of black people. Shut the fuck up. If you can't figure it out, then that's on you. At this point, are people deliberately derailing? I think so. This is such a dumb way to deal with this, man. It's not it, Paul, to say someone has an interest in certain outcomes. Hey, tell me how again AOC voted for the bill to ban funding for the Iron Dome law. This is such a dumb way to deal with this, man. It's not it, Paul, to say someone has an interest in certain outcomes. You have an interest in improving both your material conditions and everyone else's. Okay, your background. The reason why you're bringing up your background is because you want to add some semblance of like weight to your words. Okay, I believe that you actually have an investment in improving the material conditions of all working class individuals around the world. You've been in here for 48 months. I suspect that if you didn't have this kind of opinion, you wouldn't be a 48-month subscriber. The only reason why you add that to the conversation is because now you want to be like, see, you don't understand. My concerns are more valid. Correct, I agree. That's why when I see another possible figure that can go down the route of Fetterman and Obama or AOC in some cases, I'm rightfully cautious. Correct, I agree with you on most of these. You just want to be right, man. That's it. You want to be right. That's it. And right now, you and I are both, I haven't even made an assessment for the record. Like, I have my own skepticism, especially when someone has that kind of background. But that, I'm not going to let that get in the way of doing proper analysis off of what he is communicating right now. Okay? That's it. That's it. You, on the other hand, want to be like, no, you have to have the same doom and gloom analysis that I do. This is not about being right, okay? In many ways, there is no difference between what you're saying and what you're demanding from me right now in my commentary and what that other chatter said. Don't you feel mad that like all these people that previously yelled at you because of your correct position on Gaza are now cheering on when someone also says it's a genocide? No, of course I'm not mad. I'm actually very excited. I'm happy. At least as happy as one can be in spite of the present circumstances. Because I don't give a shit about being right. Who gives a fuck that I'm right and now people are seeing that I'm right? That doesn't mean anything. I want things to change. I want people to recognize the truth. I want people to take action. I don't give a fuck about like appearing as though I was right all along. Being right alone doesn't actually move the needle. It doesn't mean anything. Okay? Anyway, the easiest solution to this kind of attitude, by the way, is just simply go outside. Go outside. Talk to some random people. Okay? See where they're at. See what their position is. See how they feel. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. You do that, and you will no longer behave like this in the way that you present yourself online. That's it. For the people who claim to be completely checked out of electoral politics, they sure do love focusing all their energy and effort on talking about senators being potentially shitty. I hate AOC. I don't like her, and I think she's cynical operative, but I don't care about talking about her 24/7. I hope this guy is good. Chatters think they're above it all, but by engaging in this, they're showing that they love the liberal electoral slop more than anyone. Yes. And for them, it's just another reflection of it's just another reflection of team sports. But this time, you're on a totally separate team. It's not that, you know how like liberals only care about like Democrats winning? not because of like the policy positions of the Democrats and what they actually might do for the working class, but instead because they just like want their team to win and they want their enemies to feel humiliated. And for some people, I think, they're also looking at this and interpreting it from the perspective of team sports. That's it. But this time they're not on team D or team R. They just want to be right. And that's all it is. They want to be here 3-4 months down the line, or a year from now, 2 years from now, to say, I told you so ahead of time. Why didn't you see it? The warning signs were all there. I'm not even saying that there aren't warning signs. I'm simply stating that it's too soon to tell. Okay? And many of you that are simply invested in I told you so's don't even understand that you are not presenting an alternative at all. You're not. Because you don't care. That's what's so frustrating about this. When it comes down to it, you got to analyze what Graham Plattner's platform is, and you got to compare that platform to the other candidates on the Democratic primary side and who these guys choose to unseat. He stands above everybody else in the Democratic primaries as far as I have seen. And he certainly is above Susan Collins. If you pull yourself out of this equation and say, well, who cares? At the end of the day, he's just going to be a part of this genocidal war machine. Then yeah, you're right. But that standard cannot be applied to any sort of electoral analysis. Because every single politician ultimately becomes a part of this machine. So even though you are technically right, you're being a fucking asshole. And you're also behaving in an incredibly unproductive, incredibly cynical conversation with no real interest in implementing any change whatsoever. And you're not even presenting an alternative solution at all. You have no solutions. You just want to fucking yell at the wind. That's it. Chatter's finding out that Hassan isn't actually an American bad third world is tanky like his haters claim is so funny. No, it's like I recognize the evils of American empire. I speak to them all the time. But I also recognize the limitations that Americans, regular ass Americans have. I recognize the social conditioning that they go under as well. And the America bad campus in general don't actually do anything. Anyway, they're just bitter, they're jaded, they're angry for understandable reasons because they see the fucking ultra violence that America presents to the global south, and they just keep fucking yelling about it. That's it. They don't do anything. As I've said before, I think the best possible solution here in the perfect world, within the confines of what can be, within the confines of what is possible, is for there to be thousands of leftist, anti-imperialist candidates running within the confines of the Democratic Party, or potentially a third party if there was a viable third party alternative. And then after seizing control over the American state, they slowly claw back America's imperial ambitions around the world and stop getting in the way. All the while, in that process, hopefully improving the material standing of American workers in general. Some people simply unironically take on this, my anger and resentment is not with the American state. It's with the American working class. I want them to suffer. It's just, a silly position to hold, especially if you're doing any sort of electoral analysis. So I always say, look, if you don't like electoralism. It's understandable. It's bourgeois democracy. It's fake. It's not real. I don't disagree with you. But if you actually don't appreciate it and don't think it's productive at all, you can see yourself out of this conversation. You don't have to also just sit there and fling shit. You know? That's it. It's just not for you. It's not for you. Why? Why do you find yourself so invested in this? It's something that I do not understand. You click away when I play video games. Click away when I talk about elections. You know what I mean? It's that simple.
This explosion in technology, all of this creation of new wealth, what the hell happened? Well, I will tell you what happened. There was a study done by the Rand Corporation, not exactly a socialist organization. And what they found is that during that period, there was a $75 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So you got all this technology, all this increase in worker productivity, and the end result is the people on top today have never, ever had it so good. Now, that's one reality. Rich getting richer, never had it so good. But it's not just income and wealth inequality. It's not even just concentration of ownership in sector after sector in our economy, whether it's agriculture, transportation, financial services. You got a small number of huge corporations.
Thank you, Open President, for the 25. Get the subs.
Those sectors determining what price you pay for products and how workers are treated. But it's not even just that. These guys not only own the economy, they now own our corrupt political system. So as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, they said, billionaires, hey, you have the freedom to own the American political system, and the billionaires responded accordingly. They create these super PACs where they can spend as much money as they want. Democracy is not about Elon
Another
Musk
25. Thank you, Open President.
$270 million to elect Donald Trump president. And obviously his reward was to become the most powerful person in government for 3 or 4 months until he and Trump had a lover's quarrel. But it is not just Republicans. It is also the fact that billionaires play a much too significant role in the Democratic Party as well. Let me tell you what a corrupt political system looks like. And it's not just billionaires buying elections. That's bad. It gets even worse than that. When Trump brought forth his big, beautiful bill, which is, in my view, by the way, you're all familiar with that bill, that is the most dangerous, disgusting piece of legislation ever passed in the modern history of this country. As you all know, this is a bill that gave, just think about it. At a time when the rich have never had it so good, gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. At a time when large corporations are enjoying record-breaking profits, they got a $900 billion tax break. But it's even more disgusting than that. because these huge tax breaks for the rich, you know how they were paid for? They were paid for by $1 trillion cut in Medicaid and a large cut in the Affordable Care Act. They were paid for by a massive cut in nutrition programs for hungry kids. How disgusting is it to give a tax break to a billionaire and take food out of the mouth of kids who are hungry in this country? It was paid for by massive cuts to education, which will make it harder for working class kids to get the higher education that they need. But it goes even beyond that, because what happened is the word gets out to Republicans that if you end up and be clear that you're going to oppose the bill, you're going to destroy you politically. There's a guy named Tom Tillis, senator from North Carolina. Tillis made a mistake. He actually wrote legislation. Big mistake. So it concludes, he says, I can't vote for this.
See any,
terrible piece.
I don't see any stutters on my end. I don't know. It might be a Twitch server side problem.
Within hours, Trump was on social media ripping this guy apart. Billionaires were saying, we are going to primary you.
Is there actually a stutter? I don't see it.
I'm not going to run. I can't win. Billionaires are against me. It's all over. Earlier, a few months before that, we had a major budget bill, which was not great, but would have been helpful to working class people. Elon Musk sends out a tweet. He says, anybody who votes for this legislation, I am going to spend unlimited amounts of money to defeat you. You know, in New England, we grow up with the belief that kind of democracy is one person, one vote, not billionaires controlling the political process. These guys not only control the economy, not only control our political system, they own the media. Not an accident Elon Musk owns Twitter. Not an accident Mark Zuckerberg owns Meta, which controls Facebook and Instagram. Not an
I'm not seeing stutters on my end. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. If it's F your end, I don't. It's like I see it. Stuttering. I see it stuttering on my second screen as well, but it's not coming from my end. Let's fix the ingest real quick. Actually, fix the stuttering. Oh, it's not fixing the stuttering at all. But it's probably a Twitch server side problem. Because on my end, I'm looking at my bit rate, and my bit rate is stable. If it's skipping and stuttering, it's got to be Twitch server side, or maybe through the you got ops running these Twitch servers. I don't know, but I don't have an issue on my end. Like there's no noticeable drop in bit rate or anything like that. It's just fucking up.
And let me tell you something. Tell you a story, if I might, which I think epitomizes kind of where we are. I'm on the Veterans Committee, and I take very seriously the need to make sure that our veterans get all of the health care and the other benefits that they are entitled to.
Wait, why is Bernie not saying all veterans should be driven to suicide for their crimes against humanity? That's so... Man, you know he's fake. You know? That's crazy. That's the expectation some of y'all have, like unironically, when you fucking come in here and you chirp. Okay? Why would a major American political figure not immediately fucking say that they should haunt the dreams of veterans and drive them to fucking suicide? The last 15 minutes of chat has basically been high anxiety chatters venting about trust issues, talking about how electing leftists is the harshness of dating. We thought they were into us, and they weren't. We hate dating. Fuck dating. Fuck anyone who suggests dating, and fuck all potential dates that don't immediately want a long-term relationship. You know? Still dragging it? Yeah, it is. I'm dragging it. I'm dragging it, and I'm going to drag these nuts across your fucking face. I'm going to drag you across the finish line as well, whether you like it or not. I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming. The only reason why you take issue with it is because you're sad. You're offended. You're offended because you feel like it's hurting your feelings. You feel like your ridiculous expectations of like American political figures is not matching the reality. Why is Bernie Sanders not running on a platform of immediately prosecuting and jailing every single American military veteran, regardless of what their current fucking political positions may be? You have to work within the confines of what's acceptable and what's permissible and what's reasonable.
An impediment to their success. They want it all. They want it all, and they don't care who they step on in order to get even more and more. You would think, look, everybody in this room, this arena, wants a good life. We all want money. We all want to live comfortably. That's kind of natural. But if you had $5 billion, you might think, hey, I did it. I got everything I'm ever going to need in my life. How many homes? You know, Zuckerberg, I think, has 11 homes in Palo Alto, California. Bezos has 14 homes. They got jet planes. They go up to outer space on there where they get bored, you know, and have a good day. When is enough enough? They are prepared to destroy Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the VA, in order to get more for themselves. And the reason is they are very religious people. But you know what their religion is? It's not the Sermon on the Mount. It's not do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Their religion is greed. And they worship on the altar of money. They want more and more and more, and they could care less about the implications of their greed. Love you too. So while the rich get richer, and we live in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, what's going on for ordinary people? Well, here's the reality, and you don't hear much about it. Today in America, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, you all know what paycheck to paycheck is. Many of you are living paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family living paycheck to paycheck. I know what it's about. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. You know, I always get a kick. And many of my colleagues in the Senate, they say, we love America, love America. Well, if you love America, you love the children of America and the future of America. It's not just the kids, not just the children. We have the highest rate of senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. 22% of seniors in America today are trying to survive on $15,000 a year. know how anybody, let alone a senior, survives on $15,000. Half of seniors trying to get by on $30,000 or less. We have a system, an economic system, which for the working class of this country is broken. How many people here think that our healthcare system is working? Well, it ain't. It is a broken, cruel, and dysfunctional system. The function of the current healthcare system is not to do what virtually every other major country does, and that is to provide healthcare to all as a human right. The function of this system is to make as much money for the drug companies and the insurance companies as it can. So you got a healthcare system which is broken. You got, in terms of our young people, a child care system. I don't know how it's doing here in Portland, but in Vermont, many places of the country, incredibly expensive, while child care workers are paid totally inadequate wages. We have an education system right now in which Trump and his friends basically want to destroy public education in America. We have teachers in rural areas in my state, and I expect in your state, starting off at $35,000, $40,000 a year. We got millions of young people can't afford to go to college because they don't want to leave school $50,000 or $100,000 in debt. You want to go to medical school, you're a working class kid, you want to go to medical school, you know what you're going to leave school in debt with? $500,000. So you got an economy that's working for the rich, you got a healthcare system that is broken, you got an education system that is broken, and you got a housing system that is totally broken. You know, I did some calculations. I'm not 100% sure of this. But it's, again, I said my family had no money, but we lived in a rent-controlled apartment. And I figured it out, given my dad's salary, we ended up paying about 18% of our income in housing, 18%. Does anybody here know anybody that's paying 18% today? The truth is that we got 20 million households that are paying 50% or more for housing. So if you're paying 50% for housing of your income, what the hell do you have left to spend on? You have nothing, right? So you got a housing system broken, educational system being really attacked right now, healthcare system broken. And everybody knows the importance of good quality food to stay healthy, right? Anyone go to the grocery store lately or try to buy decent quality food and see the price? So bottom line is, in the richest country in the history of the world, people on top never had it so good. And yet for the basic necessities of life, healthcare, education, food, housing,
open presence is paying for the hundo.
Struggling. Brothers and sisters, we need to do two things at this difficult moment in American history. Number one is we got to take on Trump every day of the week in every way we can. And it's not just taking them on economic issues. We got to end the absurd foreign policy that we have right now, which is spending billions of dollars to starve children in Gaza. And one of the reasons that I want Graham Plattner in the Senate with me is he will stand with me. No more money for the Israeli war machine that is destroying the people of Palestine. But in order to be successful politically, it's not good enough to simply take on the oligarchs every day. What we need to do, which the Democratic Party leadership doesn't do, is a vision where we want this country to be.
Dude.
And let me
It's
just
so funny.
remind
Chatter's like listening to Bernie Sanders for the first time, not from like the perspective of a fucking 15-second clip. Shocked that he's saying this. He hasn't stopped saying this since 2016, okay?
I don't know that we can get into it tonight, but that's a whole other issue. But we have the potential to become even richer. And from a world historical point of view, throughout the history of the world, and today,
it's not a change
people
in
are
discourse
struggling.
from
There
Bernie.
countries
You
in the
guys
world
are
where people
wrong.
trying to survive on $1 a day.
He just doesn't
Kids
call it
are
a
dying
genocide,
from
which is
easily
still a
preventable
failure in
diseases
my
throughout history.
opinion.
Human beings have struggled just to stay alive. For the first time in world history, human history, we now have the opportunity with sane democratic policies to create a decent life for every man, woman, and child in this country. That is not a radical idea. So what I am begging of you is don't think small, think big. Health care is a human right. Every man, woman, and child. We need Medicare for all. And I want young people to become doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals without going deeply into debt, because we desperately need you. Now you tell me in this great and inventive country where we have so many brilliant minds, you tell me why we are not having the best educational system in the world. We used to be the best educated country on earth. That's no longer the case. I want every young person to know, from 3 years of age on, that he or she does their work well, they will be able to get all of the education they need, regardless of the income of their family. Education is a human right. We need to attract the best and the brightest into education and pay them the kind of salaries that their work demands. Which is why I've introduced legislation that no teacher in America should make a starting salary of less than $60,000 a year. We can do it. You're going to have the best child care system in the world, best higher education system in the world. And maybe, just maybe, instead of spending $1 trillion on the Pentagon, a government agency which cannot even complete an independent audit, massive waste and fraud, maybe instead of spending $1 trillion on the Pentagon, we spend a few $100 billion building low-income and affordable housing in America. Maybe instead of giving tax breaks to the fossil fuel industry. We start investing in the cheapest form of new electricity, solar and wind, to create millions of jobs to save the planet. And maybe here on Labor Day, we make it clear that at a time when millions of workers understand the importance of unions and want to join unions, we're going to pass legislation to prohibit corporations from firing workers who want to join a union. We're going to pass the PRO Act. We're going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $17 an hour. We're going to end the absurdity of being one of very few countries in the world that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. Now, at a time when so many seniors are struggling, when half of older workers have nothing in the bank as they face retirement, you got Republicans out there talking about their desire to cut Social Security. Well, we're not going to cut Social Security. We're going to expand Social Security benefits. And we're going to do that by lifting the cap on taxable income so the wealthy start paying their fair share of taxes. Absolutely. Let me give you, very often I get criticized, like every day. And people say, oh, Bernie is a radical, he's out of the mainstream and all that stuff. I want you to understand, please understand that everything we are talking about are supported by a majority of the American people. These are not radical ideas.
Bernie bros live in the past, old messaging and warns reach a new audience. I think you're wrong about that. And the only reason why I say that is because, like, his fucking platform has grown tremendously, especially when he's basically seen as like a figurehead for a new way that the Democrats could actually fight back. It's evidenced by the crowd sizes that you can point to, even in this fighting the oligarchy tour thing that he's been doing. His crowds have grown larger and larger, and there are many people around him. There are many people in this crowd that are far more radical in a lot of positions than Bernie Sanders himself. This is the same thing that I said initially with the fighting the oligarchy tour as well. The saddest part about it is, of course, that, the expectation is all on the expectation all lies in the hands of a 800-year-old man.
Powerless. What they're saying is they have all the money, they have all of the power, you got nothing. And they can do anything they want, and you can't stop them. Well, I think we've got some news for them. Not only can we stop them, not only will we stop them, but for the future of this country and, in fact, the world, we must stop them. Today on Labor Day, when we thank the unions for all they have done for the working class of this country, we understand and remember what a union is. A union is the understanding that one person cannot do it alone, that we all have got to come together to fight with and for each other. And what the union movement is about is solidarity forever. Thank you all.
Oh, this room has the good white people energy. Props to Maine. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Why does Bernie not say genocide? He's so close. Anyways, to saying it was stopping him. I already told you, because he is a liberal Zionist. Okay. That's it. That's it. He's 800 years old and he has a totally distorted opinion on Israel. For the longest time, myself and many others included thought that because he was pushing the needle so much in a national platform in a way that like was unheard of in contemporary politics as it pertains to Israel, demanding that we shut off weapons transfers to Israel all the way back in like 2016, we thought he had far more radical opinions about Israel and Zionism in general. It's not. That's not the case. That is just not the case. But the thing that Bernie at least doesn't do, to his credit, is he steps out of the way for those who do see the truth. Right? He doesn't sit in opposition. And I'll take it. Unemployed Twitter is on. Haters are in shambles right now because you're actually criticizing Bernie when they say you never do. No, I always criticize Bernie on this issue. It doesn't matter. Those people don't see it. Or even if they do see it, they're not invested in like making a fair assessment over my worldview or my analysis. They don't. That's not the first time I've said this. I've said this a million times. Same people like with AOC as well. They think you're a liberal. Conservatives think you're a communist. Yeah. Yeah. Brad Lander is the great, is a great example of this as well. It's critical to see the connection between moderate Herzog calling settlement great mission and Netanyahu calling Zionist fantasies a greater Israel and Israeli state that stretches from Iraq to Egypt. This historical and spiritual mission. Lebensraum is Israeli policy. Yeah. That's what's fucking going on. Oh, here. One note that I wanted to talk about, actually, is the notion that Kamala Harris would never do this. Like, people always bring this up whenever Trump says, you know, the same stupid Trump shit that he says all the time. Right? Where they'll be like, well, Harris wouldn't ever do this. And it's like, she's not dead. She's alive. She could speak on these issues. You know, she has a voice. So Dylan responds with, the contention that Harris would have done something different with respect to the genocide implies she would have used the leverage of the U.S. to restrain Israel, the very thing activists demanded of her, and what she categorically refused to agree on. It's nonsense. It's Gaylor for Blue MAGA. Harris is alive, has a platform, and has leveled dozens of public criticisms of Trump. Exactly zero have been about Gaza. Actually, that's not true. She has talked about Gaza. She's just communicated to Zionist donors that her position is actually different than her daughter-in-law, who was like a Zoran booster. So she has. And then the one time where she released a tweet about the New Jersey resident that went and fought for the Nazi army of Israel, who was, of course, taken captive as a prisoner of war and then was released by the Trump administration. So she has spoken out. It's just not in the direction of the Palestinians. So the notion that she would do anything different than Trump, there's no evidence for it. She has chosen not to give. Did I say something wrong? Yeah, her stepdaughter, Ella Emhoff, Doug Emhoff's daughter. Exactly zero have been about Gaza. If she would have done anything substantively different 8 months on, she would have said so. She very conspicuously has not. That's it. Yeah. Why is she not speaking out? And what's really interesting about this stuff is that these people are fantasizing about a position that Kamala Harris herself has chosen not to take. Oh, here. The only thing Kamala has said or done even tangentially related to Gaza since the election has been privately telling big donors that her stepdaughter's support of Zoran shouldn't be misconstrued as own. And also the other thing that I mentioned as well, which is the statement that she released about the New Jersey resident that went and fought for the Israeli Nazi army on his own volition, who was taken as prisoner of war by the Palestinian resistance and then was released. We went through a year and a half of the Biden-Harris admin enabling everything, refusing to exercise any leverage while lying to their own base about it, like the fake humanitarian review they scheduled for right after the election, during the general's plan, then greenlit. If she has a materially different position than Jared Kushner, nothing is stopping her from articulating it. If she thinks what's being done is wrong, nothing is stopping her from offering a real position. And what's interesting about this, like I said, is that these people are fantasizing about a position that Kamala Harris has objectively chosen not to communicate. That's it. How am I supposed to think she believes in Palestinian self-determination if she couldn't even let one person speak at the DNC? From In Twin Events for Michigan Jewish Voters, Doug Emhoff and Richie Torres stressed Kamala Harris's pro-Israel bona fides, October 21st, 2024. Kamala campaigning as pro-Israel does not mean that she would support a U.S. post-war Gaza plan calls for temporary relocation of residents. This, of course, is shifting the goalposts as the quote tweet was addressing the proposed relocation of Gaza and the construction of a luxury resort, which Harris would have never supported. There was no daylight between Harris and Biden, meaning no resistance to Bibi beyond empty rhetoric. Regardless of whatever loony plans Trump throws out, we'd be in the same place right now. And it's true. And I think people that don't want to see it as the truth have this like false notion that on this issue, there is some kind of daylight between the Democrats and the Republicans, when the Democrats basically bludgeon them over the heads that there is no daylight. Right? Oh, so Kamala Harris wouldn't literally build a Harris hotel in Gaza? Okay. But Kamala Harris would still allow the genocide to continue, at least by her own admission, by what she chose to omit and what she chose to speak out on. What difference does it make if there is a Harris hotel in the aftermath once all of the Palestinians have been forcibly removed from their ancestral lands? You know? It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, oh, okay. There would be aesthetic differences. Great. The greatest sin in the eyes of the Democrats' interest is telling them they don't have the moral high ground over Republicans. That tells you how performative it all is. Oh, for sure. For sure. And in this situation, they can't even maintain a moral high ground. So they just fantasize about a moral high ground that doesn't exist. Because the Democrats have openly only communicated support for Trump's plans in Gaza. That's what's so interesting about this. The very same Democrats that worked in the State Department then chose to work in private PR firms that now work for the State Department, the Trump State Department. It's so stupid. Now, are there differences in opinion and differences in governance between the Democrats and the Republicans on other issues? Certainly. This is just the truth. I communicate it with regular frequency, but overall, when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to the genocide, they're absolutely two sides of the same coin. It's shocking that people still try to relitigate this when Kamala Harris herself has chosen not to. She's actively avoided speaking out on this issue at all. Anyway, I've been traveling, so I'm a little tired. So I'm going to end it early today. No gaming tonight, but I have something cooking up for gaming in the future. I'm going to go spend some time with my family, and I'll be back tomorrow. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. The way your rapid pipeline can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, us on a street.